Super Earth.
I found this subject very interesting to rereading about.
What?
Hi there. Democracy.
Galactic Empires.
Life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar?
Why is negative energy
Like
also called
all over
exotic
the
matter?
galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make
well, like,
decision of your life.
exotic matter is just kind of like a catch-all term for stuff we can't really explain, but we're like, math says it might exist.
Okay.
But it's either requires so much energy that it's like, we don't know how to get a universe's worth of energy to make it possible, or whatever.
So, traversable wormholes don't exist yet, but Morris Thorne metric.
But the math says that they can.
Oh, man. Got it. Because, like, it's already called something, the Morris Thorne metric.
Yep, there's lots of different
scientists
that have theorized or done the math to be like, yeah, you totally can. Just figure out how to make this math real with engineering, and we could do that.
Hello. It says throat stability requires violation of the null energy condition, i.e. exotic negative energy density matter. Is that's kind of some language there. Kind of like this stuff though. Chemical rockets, nuclear thermation, fusion rockets, antimatter, Alcubierre warp drive, warp bubble, and then traversable wormholes. I love all this. I've been...
Good idea.
Well, to love all this? I guess it is. Okay, so... I'm gonna go back to our last episode. And... We're quiet so far this time. It's okay. Did you have fun looking up this subject?
Yeah, that's what I was doing yesterday.
Allied destroyer
It's really...
has joined squadron.
Oh, hey. I guess I'm gonna have to
The Galactic War waits
start
for
the
notice.
thing. Incoming message
ready,
from
Helldiver?
Super Earth. I need to read it first while you're still preparing. Ooh, we do have Illuminate.
Preparing.
Okay.
I plugged in my headset and I was prepared.
Good. I have to still prepare. Helldivers, the ultimate fruits of our Federation-wide toil at last within reach. With one last valorous effort from all Helldivers, the Meridian Singularity may finally be stopped. On Pillin 5, the repulsive gravity field generator nears completion. They need more oil. Based on Illuminate technology and fueled by oceanic quantities of bug juice, this colossal apparatus will generate fast, repulsive gravitational waves. They're projected to completely halt the wormhole's movement. I doubt it. Anyway, interference from the Illuminate is expected to peak as activation nears. We need to have a permanent victory over the resurgent alien race. The Helldivers are ordered to thin Illuminate forces and defend vital planets. Hey, Josh. Further, the Helldivers are ordered to gather oil by containing the Predator strain outbreak on Turing. Victory, righteous, blah, blah, blah. Okay, got it. Oh, I am happy that there are 2 planets, so... We've been looking at this topic. I'm telling you, I'm really interested in it. The downside is that we weren't ready.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. Apparently we're ready.
This isn't like a final exam that we have to prepare for. This is just us talking about shit.
Mission
Oh, well, Josh says he's streaming tomorrow. No, you didn't tell me. I hope that goes well. Oh, we got to do tags still now because we're at the tag point. So I need some space tags. Brad.
What?
I need some space tags.
Okay. Like any of the words that you've been reading will apply.
Well, that would help. Could you help a little bit? All right. No, I'm drawing a blank.
Space, like high tech, futurism, ultra tech, far future.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldiver Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
This actual topic though.
Yeah, that.
What is the actual topic again? Galactic Empires. Guys, I'm having a hard time with this. Sorry about that. What about... I'm here though. I need to also wake up maybe. I didn't expect us to be late today. I have great intros for this too. I loved the topic suggestions for it. It was much more exciting, but I'll have to warm up, I guess, because you're still quiet too. But from everything from how we do it, ethics always comes into it. I know you don't like the ethics part of it, but it always seems to come into it.
It's not I don't like it, it's more like it's always a distraction, where it's like, you could talk about ethics in any topic, but that's not the topic at hand, so...
So for...
The ethics of travel? Like, oh, don't go anywhere, because you might run over a turtle with your car, or pollution, just don't do anything then.
Well, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. Sounds like a good idea to me. I'm gonna have to check her voices still. It's gotta load. We need several silver bullet discoveries to have a cascade of paradigm shifts to be able to do this, by the way. So I can see why this seems impossible at this time.
What?
The idea of having...
Silver bullets and paradigm shifts? The hell is that?
Yeah, well, we need harnessing and shaping negative energy. We need to master fusion and antimatter. Oh, God. Yeah, your voice is there. We need to engineer materials that can survive and manipulate space-time. We need to create provably safe, super robust AI and self-replicating systems. We need to embed new communication physics. We need to evolve political and ethical systems to endure light-year scale separation.
You're talking to ChatGPT again.
Yeah, of course I am. I'm talking to ChatGPT because it talks back to me.
Boring. Not
boring. I'm learning a lot from it, honestly. I really enjoy what it's been telling me about it. I'm learning about ONeal cylinders. I'm learning about rocket equations beyond 0.1 C that are needed. ChatGPT isn't all horrible, you know. You can learn stuff, especially if you don't know anything about a topic. And it's accessing papers and stuff online.
From like the research that people have done, that it's scraping off of people's shoes to get that information to you. Though.
I know. Well, that's what it's generally. It's scanning for papers, and they'll show the references of what papers it's accessing. Like, which is kind of neat, in my opinion. Because if you want to, you can like click on those links and further read those papers that have studied the subject. I mean, Personally, I kind of like that. I find it good. I don't know why we sound like this tonight. But I'm waiting for Brad to... What would a wormhole traffic control system ever look like? I don't know, but if it's anything like our own traffic
It'd be
control
like air
system.
traffic control.
Yeah.
To someone that's never seen or knows what an airplane is.
Right.
It'd be complicated, but it's not impossible.
Would it take communications on both sides of the wormhole to be able to... They'd have to be communicating with each other, both sides of the wormhole.
Yeah, but if it's open enough to allow a ship flying through, you could definitely get communications through.
True.
The hard part would be... Like, the first hard part would be, like, the math to make it possible. Let's presume that it is possible to do, even if we don't know how to do it. It's the fact that it can be done. And then it would be, okay, how do we figure out how to do it? And then, oh, we figured out how to do it, but we didn't build it yet.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
We had to find a black hole to stabilize.
HQ.
It could be something like, hey, we did all the math and it's going to work and we know how to do it. We have crazy technology and exotic matter and super robust materials and computers to help us figure it out.
AI.
And then we find a black hole and it's just, we don't know where it goes. So it's just like, whoop, jump through the black hole and end up who the hell knows where. Somewhere else in the galaxy, somewhere in a different galaxy, like hundreds of millions of light years away.
I wonder if we have to use a black hole or wormhole, or if there's something we haven't figured out yet that could also help.
When I was world building, it got to the point where we would just make our own.
How?
Because that would be like...
You think that's possible?
Imagine, like, there was, fast naval travel on Earth, but you needed to find a waterfall to do it. It's like, that wouldn't be very convenient, even if you knew where waterfalls were. And could get there quickly. You'd be like, no, we kind of want to make our own, like, transit system.
Yeah, why wouldn't we? That makes sense if we get that advanced.
If you get to the technological level where you can, like, kind of play with exotic matter, like, we can just fuck around with electricity, I feel like making a black hole is, like, less complicated than that. So it would be like, bend space-time at your own will, enough to make a black hole, and then stabilize it with negative energy, and kind of... The same way we can make lasers out of excited photons, you would kind of beam the wormhole in the direction you want it to go. It wouldn't be just some random, like, falls into a hole in space, and like, well, I don't know where we're going. It's like, no, we want to go over there, point it over there.
That would be useful. I wonder if that's kind of the idea behind that civilization that did in Stargate, where they made the Stargate, technically those Stargates.
Like the Stargate from Stargate is, as far as I know, like a very advanced version of that kind of thing. Where it's like, if you have basically wormholes that are like a doorway, where's the technology that makes all that kind of not explosively violent and fuck up space and time around it? It's like, no, it's just like this big hula hoop you walk through. It's got to be advanced if it's that compact technology. Kind of like how computers once took like an entire gymnasium, and now you got supercomputers in your phone. So it's a society that built it, and then over time it got more and more advanced, so they could make it kind of compact and almost portable. Almost portable. You could put that on the back of like a spaceship or a truck if you wanted to.
I saw that mentioned a lot, by the way, about why we haven't done, why this may not be possible. That civilizations may not make it that far to it, or those that do wouldn't want to interfere with, I know that's an ethics thing, but wouldn't want to interfere with our civilization. So if they have even done it, or they'd be like the type of beings that we wouldn't even recognize, like their digital data, or I don't know, transcended or whatever. It was kind of interesting to see why we wouldn't actually, that even if we made it to that kind of, either that they might...
Those are two like parallel trains of thought. It's like, one is that, would we notice it if some other species had gotten to that point of doing it? And entirely separate from that could be like, would humans get it that far?
Yeah, we may not. I mean, we likely would destroy ourselves personally, or we just may not be ever get to that technical advancement. I mean, because of the obstacles of it.
Yeah.
But we can
Other
pretend that we
theories are
won't.
like we could get advanced to just not. It's not that it's not possible, but we never really go in that direction.
Because we could choose that it's not a good direction. Like, why? We don't have
It's
to.
not a moral thing. It's just more like we just develop differently.
An example, then.
We upload our minds, and suddenly
I've heard that one
because
before.
we're robots, sort of, or cyborgs. We don't really care how long it takes to get anywhere. We live for millions of years.
That theory, I like. That was explored in Black Mirror, and I kind of...
So
I don't like it, but...
Don't really
like,
care about cheating space and time and getting around the galaxy quick, because we got lots of time to kill.
right? That does seem to be a theory that people kind of like, is having our minds uploaded. But that would also solve the problem of traveling across a great distance. Let's say you have embryos on a ship, but we're... Oh my god. Maybe we wouldn't need AI. What if we're the AI at one point? Yeah, so what if we don't even... What if it's not just AI? What if it's our uploaded minds that are also part of the decision-making of long, future, distant travel that it would take to go across such a distance?
You wouldn't even need a body, really.
Exactly.
Your brain could be like the ship's computer, and your body is the ship.
But we would need embryos. We would need embryos to, like, if we wanted humans on those other planets. Unless we just wanted to explore for the sake of exploring.
Yeah, okay, but think about that. Like, humanity advances to the point where we can put our mind inside a computer. Why are we worried about carrying embryos anywhere?
Okay, so then we're not cultivating that way. Then let's say that somebody else has already done that.
As like a thought experiment, why would you need physical bodies if you've kind of evolved beyond the point of needing them?
Okay, so let's say that's a thing. Then who's to say that that's what other travelers haven't done, and that's why we haven't seen them?
An uploaded mind's children would be like copies of itself.
Okay.
The ship builds other smaller ships. Not so much like von Neumann machines, like the replicating gray goo kind of thing, but like large
3D
vessels
printers,
that make other large vessels, copies its mind over, and either not deliberately changes it, so it's not exactly the same. They're like, hey, little one, you go on your way. You can leave the nest now. Bye.
Do you think that's what other civilization would do, though? And how would we know the difference between them and...
I don't know either way. It's just like a thought experiment of what's...
I like that thought experiment, though, because what if they have done something like that? Think about it. What if they have done something like that, and they somehow intermingle with our AI without us even knowing it? I kind of like that idea. I mean, it's horrifying, too. That'd make a good sci-fi thing. We don't even realize that some uploaded, species...
We have like a computer government, and some ship shows up and just beams its mind into our
AI stuff.
And takes over.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe they're doing some good.
Maybe they wouldn't. No, I mean, maybe they'd finally be like, okay, you guys sucked long enough. We're ready to... We'll take care of this from now on. No, but that's something that could happen, because if we're talking about the uploaded... I can't get at that. That's too far. No, that's stupid. Aw. Can't get that. I kind of like that idea. I'm just saying. Why do I just want some other civilization to take it over for us? That's probably not right.
Is the current civilization kind of crappy here?
Sometimes. There's the idea that empires would self-destruct because of the distance and the time between it would take for travel, that we wouldn't be able to hold an empire together as much as...
I feel like that's a low-tech kind of, it'll never happen.
You do?
Like people in the 1500s going,
but we can't hold empires together here.
Because you're thinking like a 20th century person thinks.
You really think we're going to advance that much when it doesn't seem we have over civilization?
It's more like what's the point of talking about science fiction if you assume we're not going to get there?
Oh, I think we
You
could
gotta
get
dream
there.
a little bit.
Oh, I
Okay,
am
so
intrigued.
kind of set the whole. Oh, we're gonna fucking blow ourselves up before we get to that point. You kind of have to just leave that at the door, because it means we can't discuss this, because we'd all be get dead or Stone Age.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like just kind of assume that we will make it
Rare
there,
sample acquired.
and then what?
Well, then what? Then we do what we do.
Do we figure out how to make wormholes? Do we upload our minds so we don't worry about transit time and we can?
A lot of
we
people
can
really
go
like
hundreds of
the
years of life.
uploading mine. Seems to be like an idea that people really would rather prefer. And that might have been be out
I
of
feel like that's
selfish.
a trope, or man, I wish I had time to do all the cool things that I don't have
Yeah,
time for.
and you wouldn't have
If I
time
live-
unless
if I
you
live for a billion years,
Yeah,
problem
that-
solved.
right. It's like a wish fulfillment thing.
So what happens if your uploaded mind degrades in ways we don't know? And you
Exactly.
Kind of
Crazy.
crazy.
Computer crazy. Yeah, or if you've uploaded a mind that is very corrupt, in not just digitally, but like in some way that it affects the other minds
Sample collected.
or tries to
Yeah.
destroy the other minds. Oh, this is so sci-fi story. Like people should be writing some of this down. So I think there's some good sci-fi stories that people could still write about this. You know, like there's some crazy minds that just sort of.
I don't think it'd be proper science fiction if there wasn't some terrifying aspects of it.
Well, that's a terrifying aspect. Also, the idea that our
Well, it's kind of like, ooh, advanced, space, like airplane travel. Well, you could crash. Ooh, nuclear power. You could have Chernobyl. Ooh,
Yeah.
highly, like sports cars. You could have an accident.
yeah.
It's not like, ooh, scary, but it's more like there are potential pitfalls of any kind of technology.
Dropping a
And if you just ignore them, it's more a science fantasy. Or
Yeah.
space opera.
Space. That just makes me think of singing in space. But I know. I'm just saying. Space opera, though, is like
Star Wars is a space opera.
Star Wars. Yeah, I know. Space opera is. I wonder why they call it space opera.
Because it's fanciful.
There was no singing, though. So, operas are supposed to be
It's
fanciful?
not literal.
I'm going to an opera on the 4th of May.
That's Star Wars Day. Is it Star Wars?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's gonna be what is it? I know it's no, it's gonna be Tchaikovsky's Eugene Onegin. I don't know how to say it right.
Like Tchaikovsky?
Yeah,
Oh.
something. I don't know how to say the word. I'm sorry. The composer.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna see that.
I know Tchaikovsky. I just don't
Yeah,
know his
and-
songs.
I didn't know he did this. I didn't know he had an opera, but there you go. I'm aware of the music, just classical music. I just didn't know this would be an opera about it. I'm kind of excited about it.
sample collected.
Although it does seem very un-Star Warsy to be going to that, huh? Maybe I should wear a Star Wars shirt that day. Just saying.
It's Star
Maybe.
Wars Day.
Yeah, it is. It made the flip.
Activating jump.
It's not here yet, but it's coming. Okay.
It's
They're
next
here
Sunday.
behind. What? Already?
It's next Sunday.
Oh, don't tell me that. I'm gonna freak out.
Dropping a pin.
That seems so soon.
Is it the date?
No, just I'm going out
calendar.
tomorrow. I'm going to see Alien and Aliens, and then the very next week I'm going out again. Like that's crazy. That seems crazy. to me.
Yes.
That's like going out a few times. What if you have What if you have a chlorophobic space travelers?
I mean, depending on the spaceship, it might be more like a submarine. It's not like it's a cruise ship where you have, I'm going to go out on the deck, get a suntan. No,
So-
wait, the vacuum of space kind of doesn't permit that. Spaceships would
Unless
be more
we-
like submarines, which are very claustrophobic.
But aren't we? So there was this other thing that I liked about. I know it's in Elysium. Those kind of. We don't just have galactic empires on planets. We could do the thing that's called. What is it called? The ONeal Cylinder. And so, can you tell us a bit about the ONeal Cylinder and the Stanford Torus? Because I think you could explain that.
They're kind of not super advanced. We don't know how to build them yet because they're kind of large structures, but they're basically space stations.
Going down a sentry.
Yeah.
And ONeal Cylinder is a
Requesting sentry.
Pringles can in a tube, and one side has like a mirror. They both have mirrors to reflect sunlight into them.
Oh.
And then you can just kind of tilt the mirror if you don't want, like, hey, we want a nighttime cycle so our brains don't go crazy with constant daylight. So you can kind of just, okay, tilt the mirror and it's fucking nighttime. Or there's a rotation where it's not constantly getting sunlight all the time. But the ONeal Cylinder is the... I mean, both of them have this, but the cylinder is just like a Pringles can tube, and the Stanford Torus is like that idea, but in a donut shape.
Yeah.
Or a torus. But it's kind of small enough where I know Interstellar had it. There's other science fiction where it's kind of like you look up and you can see like the upside down landscape above you.
Yeah,
and it,
like the Elysium. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not. It's not very large. Asterisks, like as far as like huge megastructures or like Death Stars and stuff like that, or other like Alderson Disk or Ringworld or Halo. Like those are giant structures. ONeal Cylinders and Stanford Toruses are kind of like baby space stations compared to the huge galactic civilizations.
I could see those being useful, though, as relays as well. Not just other places to live, but as relays between...
It's kind of like, you know, you leave a big city and you go to kind of like the sticks, like small little towns, they don't necessarily have giant skyscrapers, they just kind of have much smaller buildings and that sort of thing. So those kind of structures would exist probably in highly advanced societies, just in like more remote areas or very like low population areas.
In Elysium, they explore it as being something for the rich to be able to live off of.
Yeah, Elysium's
Earth.
like what, like 200 years in the future? That's like, come back when you're actual science fiction. That's more like dystopian near future fiction.
You really think that we could have something like that in the near future? Well, I guess since we have space station already, we have had a space station that can be built.
It's a matter of perspective. Think about less than like 300 years in the past, and like think in like 50-year increments from, you know, say the 1800s.
Unless we have a big boost.
Less than 50 years after the American Civil War was airplanes, the first airplanes. And less than 50 years after that, we went from crappy, like, biplanes that could barely fly a couple hundred yards to jets. So when we want to, we can make huge technological leaps and bounds. And it's not so much... It goes hand in hand inventing technology and then figuring out how the physics of that technology will let us advance. Because right now we're like, oh, well, you can't go faster than light, but, you know, if we actually build more laboratories in space and can start experimenting with things in zero gravity, or we develop like the next generation of the Large Hadron Collider that can poke around with crazier, more energetic subatomic particles, and then some nerdy people would figure out how to kind of combine all these technologies, maybe we'll have something that's gets us to Mars within a couple hours rather than a couple months.
Right.
And then suddenly we're all over the damn solar system or something.
Maybe.
Victory was never in doubt.
I do like
I'm not
that
saying it's
Stanford
gonna
is a
happen, I'm
tour.
just saying leaps like that have happened in our recent past.
Yeah. Well, the Stanford Torus is the donut-shaped one, guys, and the and the ONeal Cylinder is was a concept in the 1970s. So it's about like creating Earth-like conditions in space without needing to terraform a planet, which might be something
Space
that's useful.
stations.
Yeah, which
Space
I think we need either way, because wouldn't we need to have like for relay, right, for or places along the way for the supply chain, for, you know, studies, for Oh, so much. Anyway. I kind of like that idea.
The same way we have gas stations. You could have very efficient modes of travel that don't need to constantly refuel. I feel like that's a psychological thing too, though. Like, everyone knows how much gas their car can hold, and they still don't drive it until it's full, and I'm going to drive it till it's almost empty. There's that kind of, I don't know if it's paranoia, but just the habit of,
The Galactic War.
oh, I used a quarter of a tank, so I'm going to go fill it up again.
Are you ready?
That's why there's fucking gas stations everywhere. So yeah, there'd probably be space stations all over the place.
Hellpods prime.
Right?
Because it might be some kind of human nature we can't let go to be like, no, I want to go pick some stuff up, just in case I need it.
Mav says
I'm not
Elon
talking
wants
about
to
privilege
shoot
here.
Mars with nukes to create an atmosphere.
Synchronized.
That's what Mav said. That Elon
That's
wants
one-
to shoot Mars with
that's-
nukes.
I mean, more than Elon has thought about that, but you're right.
Well,
Using
what is the
high-energy
idea
weapons.
behind that?
I mean, nukes would suck because they leave a lot of radiation behind. So it's, yeah, cool. You might throw a bunch of dust and stuff into the atmosphere to kind of make the atmosphere, more dense than what it is now, which is very thin, but then it's radioactive for thousands of years. So good job. You kind of ruined it.
Right?
I know Kurikazakt has a video where it's like, let's terraform Mars by shooting giant lasers at it. Like, enough to melt the surface, essentially. But that would still take, like, 100 years of shooting lasers at it
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
to get particles into the air. And you'd have to, I think it was nitrogen they had to bring, because there's no nitrogen in the soil. So even if it's like, you figured out the energy constraints, you still need a lot of chemistry to, like, make things work. Or you go crazy far future, you're like, you know what, we can manipulate subatomic particles, we'll just make our own elements. We'll take iron and rearrange it into, carbon and nitrogen. Take that.
There's a
You're
few...
thinking-
Oh, go on,
Allied
please.
destroyer has joined.
I was just going to say, to just be like using Lego.
Aging orbital thrusters.
You have a bunch of Lego bricks stuck together, take them apart, and then suddenly you have different elements. It's just the subatomic scale, or the atomic scale.
Orbit.
We just gotta get there still. And we're hundreds of thousands of years away.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You think we're closer than that?
Not hundreds of thousands, no. Not that far.
Okay.
Maybe hundreds or thousands.
Alright.
Like, the year 4 or 5,000 AD, something like that. So 2,000 years from now. I could see
You think
that.
about 2,000 years?
Maybe.
Launch initiated.
Okay. So, God, I like all the suggestions of films and books. I'm telling you, films and books about Galactic Empires, Dune, Star Wars, Riddick. I forgot about Riddick being like that. They suggested Interstellar, even though it's not an Empire story, but it's focused on colonization, Jupiter ascending, Elysium. The Expanse, isn't that recent?
Elysium's not about galactic empires, it's what, they're in orbit.
No, but it shows they're in orbit. It does show the
That's not galactic, that's planetary. It's like baby stuff.
intergalactic planetary. Sorry, that's that big stick was.
Throwing supplies.
I don't know. I think it still shows that we'd be that kind of. We get there. But
That's like a topic on megastructures, and you're like, hey, sandcastles. It's like, yeah, it's a structure. Not in the same scale as, like, a planetary ring or a Dyson sphere.
Calling down support weapon.
okay.
I think Larry Niven wrote Ring World, Disc World. I can't remember which
Yeah,
one's which.
Discworld. Yeah, Discworld
So that's the
Or is
idea
it-
that I know that it has magic in it,
or Ringworld.
so it's so it is kind of fantastical science fiction, but I'm pretty sure it's like an Aldous disc. It's like, think of a coin the size of the solar system, and the sun is kind of in the middle. That is like fucking absolutely colossal. You'd have to dismantle like entire solar system to put this thing together.
I like I like how okay. It's got questions. I want to ask you questions, but I'll wait. We'll stay away from ethics, because ethics makes Brad sad or something. I don't know. Hold on. I still think ethics is a big part of it, because the ethics of it. But anyway, it's okay. So let's just go back to the beginning. What is a galactic empire really? How would you describe one? What would make a galactic empire? What's the difference?
Well, by definition, it's like an empire that's on the scale of a galaxy. So it's not like they only introduced a couple star systems. They are able to like fly around the galaxy. They dominated thousands, if not millions, of star systems.
And wouldn't that take in communications that are faster than light? We'd have to be able to communicate to stay cohesive. Wouldn't people be separated by
communications?
Yeah, because how else can you stay on the same page if you're that far away? It sounds a bit impossible.
Well, technology will get us there.
Okay. Well then,
just like how when Babylon was around and Alexander the Great didn't know how big the world was, but he conquered most of what the known world was, right? Technology advanced. Oh wait, there's actually more than that. You kind of missed a spot, like entire continents. But it's okay. That's all you knew at the time, right? It's okay.
Well, I like how it says, "Are we destined to fragment into countless star nations because of the fact that we will be so separated?" Because if you have us spread across galaxies, that it would be difficult not to have a splinter. Because we splinter on Earth. Look how splintered we are on Earth. We can't even have a cohesive,
that's a social
agreed upon.
That's not technological.
Well, that's still a part, though. But that's still a big part of it.
You jump right from we're going to splinter because of reasons.
Well, those reasons matter if we can't...
I'm not saying they don't matter, but which is it? Are you talking about whether it's technologically possible or whether the society will adapt to that technology?
Both. Because if we're adapting, if society adapts, don't we have to be able to...
Yeah, but you're like changing gears mid-sentence.
Well, that's because I'm not very...
Say you advance and you expand across space, and yeah, there's going to be a period where communications might not keep up with travel. The same way it did on Earth. Where we colonize places way faster than, the orders of the king or whatever would keep up. And people are like, you know what? Fuck that.
That's what I mean.
I don't want to listen to someone that's 1,000 miles away and days of travel away. Yeah, that's why it's a trope in science fiction of the whole, colonial dissidence.
Because it makes sense. Because if I just think it's going to be inevitable that we won't be able to.
And then, like on Earth, technology went, you know what? We're faster than you now. Take that. You can send an email around the world faster than you can get around the world.
That's true.
Technology caught up with travel.
That's true, but nobody reads emails anymore.
Will that keep leapfrogging that in the future? Probably. Because it has repeated precedent in the past.
Okay. What's the most realistic propulsion system for interstellar travel right now and in the next 100 years? Of all the choices. I was reading a lot of choices.
Next.
You don't like that one?
Talk about far future stuff. Intergalactic society?
Yeah.
Where, what's reasonable to communicate and travel thousands of light years, on a regular basis? Kind of how we just get in the car and drive to a different city right now?
Yeah.
You would either need, parallel dimensions like hyperspace.
Ooh, that'd be neat.
The wormhole thing.
Who would control the parallel dimensions, though? Couldn't that be used? Wouldn't people abuse that and escape into...
You can control a different dimension. You
exactly.
Can control access to it.
Yeah, so there'd be still power. Exactly. Somebody would be taking control of access to it.
Okay.
Well, that sounds kind of... I don't know. I think we'd have rogue people. I think it's inevitable that if we ever went this far, we... Fuck it, because ethics matter. I think we'd still have rogue people. How could we not go rogue? Because how can we can't all decide on one thing. I don't see it being possible. It's not in human nature to go with one solution only. You know?
What one solution? What are you talking about?
For us to
What's
go
the
with
one
one
solution?
direction. We can't decide on one direction. I'm not talking about the
what?
ban. Of anything. So how would we all decide that, okay, we're going to follow one leader. We're all going to follow the same rules. We're all going to do the same engagement if we meet other species. We're all going to...
None of that has to do with what we're talking about yet. We're just talking about travel.
Galactic Empires? Chrono Illusion says we will probably be more than human then. Probably. Hopefully that's a good thing. Because as humans, I don't think we could do it, honestly. I don't think we could agree on something that...
Maybe the reason we can't agree would get us into space.
Yeah, just get away from people. Exactly. Yeah, that makes the most sense so far. Do you have any ideas, Chrono Illusion, about Galactic Empires? Because I can't seem to get out of my grumpy mode yet. So, and two grumpies don't. I need help. Help. Please. Send help. We'll probably be half cyborg by then, says Stingaman. You know, probably. Would that be a bad thing? I mean, will it even be humans that enter galactic space at that point? I kind of think the best theory so far is the one that we'd just be uploaded consciousness. That might be the only way that we could agree. We will probably be symbiotes? How do you say that, one way or another? It says Chrono Illusion.
Symbiotes.
So what's that? Tell us about that, Brad. What are those?
Well, I don't know what they said. What did they say?
Symbiotes. Symbiotes? They said we'll probably be symbiotes by then. By the time we reach galactic travel. I don't know. We will, yeah.
I'm thinking like a kind of like cybernetics or a mixture between future humans and robotics or computer intelligence. Maybe not necessarily like the Borg, but...
Oh my god, the Borg were successful in what they were doing.
Kind of like humans that have like a flash drive built into their skull and they could just, you know, download information like Matrix style, like, oh, now I know how to suddenly do that. Or they could upload their mind like, hey, just copy my emotions out of this ship and put it in this ship and fly it over there. Now suddenly I'm like...
Chrono said it would either be countries, companies, or single rich entities that will be doing the colonization. And it is what it is. You could be a cyborg, you could be a nano machine colony, you could be human with accessories that make you more than human. Splicing technology will be more powerful. Humans could easily transhuman themselves then. Transhumanism.
Yep. Transhumanism's cool. I like the idea. Yeah.
Well, tell me more about that, because I don't know much about it, honestly.
It means to be beyond human. So we use technology to like evolve ourselves.
You
So
would
it's
see
either
people becoming half human, half animal.
stuff. Yep, absolutely.
animal.
Like gene splicing. Like, hey, we found this water planet, and like, kind of sucks to have to swim everywhere. Boom, we're gonna mix our genes with dolphins, and suddenly there's dolphin people.
This guy's like, you will see real furries. Okay, Chrono Illusion, calm down.
And you get the internet all excited.
What I did see about that, I did see that being a thing about if we were on other worlds that likely we might adapt and or interspecies.
We would have to adapt. How we do that, it involves potentially using other species that are already good at that.
You would see people uploaded their lives in heavens. What do you mean? I'm just saying what it is. I don't know that. Well, heaven would be different for everybody, right? Didn't you ever see that Black Mirror episode that, I forget what it was called, it won awards. It was really freaking good. Somebody, if they can think that title, it was really fucking good, and it kind of touched on that, what people would do. I think it would be different for everyone. I think it would be different for everyone. Don't you? If people did that. I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
It's like a dream, so yeah, it would be different for everybody.
Yeah. Although some people would want to share the same dream, I'm sure. I mean, that does seem... Because humans will still want to be interactive with each other. Some. You don't think depressed, lonely people wouldn't disappear in their own heaven? Oh yeah, I think that, Chrono Illusion, but I also think there's some that would probably want to be in the same places too, though. Human's gonna human. So yeah, I can see both. Reliving the life they had. Oh god, I hope nobody wants to relive the lives they had. Unless they were very fortunate. I don't think that's a good idea for any of us, really. Wait, one
You
go
feel
around.
like this kind of digital psychological person for yourself, and you just live in the same...
Yeah.
Oh man, you know
Why
what?
would you
Really
do that?
good. Oh, my
Yeah, I'd really
God.
love to do that again. Love to do all that again. Like, no. Unless you're one of the very lucky few that had a very, very... I don't know, you might be... I don't know. That has been a philosophical question. Yeah, that has been a philosophical question talked about before, where people have discussed, would you change how you live your life if you knew that this is how you'd be living it over and over again? Like if you were to be, you know, perpetually in the life that you're living right now, would you change anything about how you're living? You know? So that is something that people have talked about. They would pay to be
Also
gone.
space.
The people at Chrono Illusion says they would pay to be gone. The world will be insane, and I think colonization. My life is my heaven already. This is not the rehearsal. Oh well, there you go, Chrono. That's nice. There you go. Could isolation in deep space create religions or philosophies the Earth has never imagined? Of course. I think that's a silly question that it asked. I think, of course, we go that down to different. We'd already be thinking differently if we were that far in space, but our minds are already wired to want to believe in something. So I think, of course, we would. We'd probably like either worship other entities that we find, or become entities that are worshipped, or be made to be subservient to another entity. Who knows? That's kind of... I answered my own idea about that one. Sorry. I just think that's interesting. I like the ethics and the philosophical part of it. What do you mean? Me
It's
playing...
some weird babbling noise.
Babbling? What? Me
A
babbling?
rattling noise.
Rattling. Oh, it's a vibration on my controller as I kick Illumina ass. I have to talk to you and play the video game.
It's
Which is why I need your help.
really loud.
Well, it's the controller. I can try to turn it
I know
down.
what it is.
I'm not sure. I can turn the sound effects down, but the vibration on my
It's almost
controller.
like if you leave it on like a hardwood table and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, it could be.
That's what this is.
I'm not sure. It could just be the vibration setting on my controller, which I could work on. I could try to.
Yeah, one of the other ideas in that I think it was xenology. It was called the smoke ring.
What's that? The fact that
It was kind of like it was related to wormholes. It was called the smoke ring in the way that if you blow a smoke ring out, it's kind of rotating, but like turning inside out. Imagine a donut shape, but it's not spinning like clockwise. or flipping. It's like the surface of the donut is like rotating, like a smoke ring does.
Oh. What does that have to do with? Is that theory of what we'd use or
It was
what we
talking
live
about how
on?
you would use that like a kind of a gravity catapult, and things would fly through the donut hole.
So like,
Or maybe
for
use
us
some
to
other like,
travel.
exotic matter that's crazier than gravity,
Yep.
like tachyonic matter, and suddenly like, hey, I don't have to go faster than I don't have to accelerate to the speed of light. I'm just suddenly going faster than the speed of light. Boom, future stuff.
Chrono Illusion says, physicists already say we do. All time happens at once is the theory. Right now, whoever controls AI controls the world. Singer said that's very true. I'm not sure why he said that too. Sorry about that. Why don't we talk about something more dangerous than singularities? Let's talk about the Pions of space strangles. What does that have to do with
Another victory for
Galactic Empires? So connect that to Galactic Empires.
Galactic war waits for
Chrono
no one.
Illusion.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
Mission coordinates
Brad?
locked.
Space
What?
strangulates. How's
Hellpods
strangulates?
prime.
How's that have to have
Engaging
anything to
orbital
do with?
thrusters.
I don't know. I don't think it does.
I don't know. Don't know. If there was a Galactic Empire,
Orbit
again,
synchronized.
prions of space strangulets. They're just talking about things that can interfere with us being able to be connected or for travel.
These are just, like,
It'd be trying to
science
harvest.
events.
It would be trying to harvest. Again, I don't know what you're talking about, so. Is this Brad? I don't know. You have to be more specific.
What were we talking about before? And you were talking about how would we reasonably travel and communicate between like thousands of light years and stuff.
Yeah.
The hyperspace thing, wormholes for travel. If there was maybe you don't have to physically travel. If we do the upload thing, you don't have to physically travel anywhere. You could if you had some sort of like fast and light communication through subspace, and then transmit your
Once
thoughts and
entangled
mind
networks.
to another body, it would be kind of like, but not really cloning. It's just like copy yourself.
Oh, like
and
Avatar?
That's how you go around.
Chrono says
I don't
strange elets are particles so dense they change all the matter they contact. Okay, so what would that be connected to? They theoretically can cause cascading change to matter. Okay, so they're a theory, they're a metaphysical theory, or what?
Strange matter is kind of like exotic matter, where it's like, okay, it's some funky, unknown material that does weird stuff that might explain advanced technology. It's strange, so we don't know how it works or what it is.
Exotic matter materials. So negative mass density or negative pressure to shape space-time. No lab-verified candidate beyond quantum field fluctuations for materials science and field engineering. We don't have radiation-hard self-healing hulls yet, and we don't have subspace field generators.
We don't even have decent spaceships yet.
Yeah, we don't have anything yet.
Might get there, though. Cool if we did.
Something like 10,000 years?
Maybe.
10,000 years?
That was around when I think the fiction that I was writing was, I think, like 20,000 years from now.
So
to
that's
kind of
not...
give time to get a lot of stuff like actually realistically accomplished.
I don't even know what we're doing here. Why'd we drop here? I am totally not in the game right now. I'm so sorry. Well then, because I need help. I need help with this. A teaspoon weighs thousands. I need help with this topic. I can't do it. Okay. I need help. I'm just, because everything, the time dilation, the communication lag, all this stuff. But I would like to know more about advanced
We're past
reaction
that.
mass concepts. Well, we haven't figured out how to effectively get past the to get ourselves into Galactic Empire space. Like, we went past that with travel, right? Interstellar travel. But we didn't figure out how we'd have a Galactic Empire. We didn't figure out what we'd do to make that happen. Why didn't you talk about settling the Kuiper belt? We did that. It would make the most sense. Lots of material. We did that. The Kelper belt or Kuiper. What was it called? Wasn't it the Kelper? Why do you say
Kelper.
Kuiper?
Kelper.
It is Kelper. How's it
There's no
spelled?
L. Kuiper. It's named after
Okay.
Dutch.
Yeah, I think we talked about that in a previous episode.
But the Kuiper belt's just outside the solar system, or is like a part of the solar system.
So it's not even like that's not intergalactic.
That's like the suburbs of Sol.
Yeah.
Tagging map.
So we should be getting there within maybe within a century or two. We should be poking around there, trying to explore stuff and mine, maybe.
Yeah. People want to mind that.
But the fact that, like, if you're talking galactic civilizations, almost every single solar system within a galactic community would be routinely mining that location. Or, like system defense networks would be positioned there.
Chrono's like, it would have to be the launching point, then the next neighbor is... Yeah, we covered that in previous episodes, though, Chrono. Where we were like, oh, then the next would be, this and that. And then we talked about different, like, planets that might be possible or systems we might go to. But we didn't... We went past that in previous episodes, I believe. I believe we did.
Yeah, the building blocks for civilizations would be exploration and expansion and trade. We would want to spread, gather resources, explore, and probably kill each other along the way.
Yeah, a lot of killing.
But the first thing would be going out and getting there.
So do you want infrastructure
and there would
of galactic empires, he says, Chrono Illusion.
There would be periods of, like we talked about in other episodes, early exploration where, yep, we got to get off the planet and put stuff on other nearby planets like Mars and go to the moon and build cities there, kind of make Venus not so insidious to life.
Yeah.
And then, okay, once we've got that as like a good base, colonize the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, the outer planets, build like observatories on Pluto, because it's still in the neighborhood, but it's far enough away where we wouldn't constantly be like interfering with it while it does its observations. Mine the asteroid belt and the Kuiper belt, all the comets and stuff that are right there. And then, go to nearby star systems with slow ships, generation ships like we talked about.
Yeah, generation ships were interesting to me. That's where, generate the problem. It can still be part of now.
That's where time dilation starts to actually take effect, because you can keep going faster once you leave, and time would be slower for you. So say you just go faster and faster and faster and faster, and you might be 20 years old when you board the ship, and then you get off when you're 55.
Unless you're in cryostasis or some sort of...
But like hundreds of years might have passed because of time dilation. So it might not be like a generation ship in the traditional sense where like literal generations of people grow up and die on the ship. But it's taken you way longer than your life lasted because you kind of fucked up time along the way because you're going so fast.
Chrono says, so do you want infrastructure of galactic empires? How about no killing and wonderful peace? Laser Venus would work well. Laser Venus, what? We might be controlling automatons from another location. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea.
We do already in science labs.
Yeah.
It would just be an advanced version of that, where you'd be teleoperating things. Like we do that with our ROVs in the ocean.
Yeah, we do, though.
But instead of like a kilometer-long cable, it would be radio signals or other signals like that. X-ray communications, neutrinos and stuff.
To colonize Venus, you would laser the surface like crazy? Yeah, but we want to go beyond colonizing Venus at this point in this episode. Like
could
I said,
do
we were.
that to, like you would. That would be happening on. That would be happening like hundreds of places all over the galaxy as we colonize space. In the front.
Okay.
Because we would run into way more planets that were fucking weird and not very good to human life.
Yeah, like they could.
Then would be like an Earth-like planet.
Yeah, like surfaces we might not even be able to walk on, or all that sort of stuff that are completely different. You were just explaining the laser comment? Oh, okay. It's hard to know. Yeah. I don't remember the laser comment, sorry. It's hard to like play at the same time. And keep the focus. I'm sorry, guys. So we're past all that. Time dilation is a big deal, though. Shipboard clocks run slower by factor compared to Earth clocks. Yeah, but what if Earth doesn't matter anymore? Earth might not be our central system if we're galactic.
Oh yeah, like we'd be far beyond that.
We might not even remember Earth. That's the other thing. If we get that spread out, why would we even remember or care about Earth? We might even forget our originating planet. We might even forget where we come from.
That might be a
especially if we're spread out.
Like a religion, maybe, or something like that, where it's like a significant number of people are like, no, you gotta respect Mother Earth because that's where we all came from.
Maybe, unless people forget, like again, if we're spread
like,
out...
Hey, fuck that. We left for a reason. That was just where we came from. We don't care about that anymore.
Or they might forget they came from there. I mean, enough generations go by, and if you're that far apart, and if, let's say, communication line is broken through either space matter or, interference, hacking, we could have a dark age in space.
Or we're spread out, but then war kind of fucks up our computer systems and communications, and we don't, like you said, we don't remember because all the information's been destroyed.
Exactly. Either maliciously on purpose or an accident.
Maybe
something happens.
Happened.
Maybe that already happened. That is an interesting thing. We would look way different, taller, thinner. Not necessarily. Maybe we'll be shorter. If
you're on different planets, the local environment would change.
Yeah,
how
we could end up shorter. You don't know. Just show people. But yeah, we'd change. Yeah, it'd take generations.
Evolution is slow.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think us as a human species would change
for hundreds, if not thousands of years for that to happen.
But if you're talking about later generations, then yeah.
Yeah, but we wouldn't stay.
Wouldn't still what?
If you're talking about people that stay on the same planet for like thousands of years, yeah, the local environment would change their evolution.
Yeah.
But people go in there just to live there for maybe a couple decades and then go somewhere else. Like they might have to do some sort of physiological or technological adaptation to kind of make it less maybe painful or more sustainable, but they wouldn't evolve. That takes too long.
There you go. Of the planets, Chrono Illusion says, which is the first out of our galactic neighborhood? Out? You mean the first planet out? I don't know. I don't know what direction we would go in to get away from here. What do you think? It all depends on what we end up using to get out of here, wouldn't it?
A lot's changed in the past decade or so because we can actually see planets that are
possible exoplanets.
Like well, I mean, they've already discovered thousands of exoplanets, like Kepler and other satellites. Kepler and WISE are doing that, I'm pretty sure. But that's happened since I was world building when I was a teenager, and then those satellites that found all that shit weren't even up in space yet. And they're like, hey, there's actually fucking thousands of these planets out there that we can see, not like scientists predicted that there would be millions. We can actually see them.
Oh.
But the local group, or the local group is like the nearby kind of neighborhood of stars.
Well, what's that?
Because even Sirius in
the dog star.
Yep, that's like 8.
I'm finally like remember.
So that's really close in the grand scheme of things. It's a pretty hot star, though, so I don't know if it's very hospitable to life. But that doesn't mean we can't go there and, there are plenty of areas that we colonize on Earth that aren't very hospitable to life, but there's lots of, say, mineral wealth there. And it's like, we still really like this place because we'll use it for technology or whatever. We just don't want to live there as a, you wouldn't have a resort in a diamond mine. We still have diamond mines. It's that kind of mentality. It's like we'd go there for other purposes.
For resources.
Yeah. Or maybe because of the whole wormhole or gravitic technology, we kind of need larger stars to work as like nodes of a transit network. They would be like hubs because their larger gravity would help us travel there.
So
from there we could go to other places.
So we could use stars for energy, right? But also, how would that be used? How could we use them as well, though, for, let's say, transmitting energy, information? Will we learn how to, like, how exactly would they be used? Slingshot?
Fuel scooping is
in Elite Dangerous.
Is using basically magnetic fields to take material out of a star and use it for fuel.
Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of ideas about stellar mining, which is use magnetic fields. No, stellar mining. So like mining a star, take the material from a star and use it for stuff.
Could that fuel? Has that idea been used before somehow? Well, we harness energy, solar power, so.
Yeah, that's why I said plants do it. Plants figured out solar power millions of years ago.
Well, yeah.
But if we're talking about like literally siphoning off hydrogen and helium off of a star, and then using the hydrogen and helium to either fuel a reactor, fuel a spaceship, disassemble it subatomically to make whatever the hell we want. Because other elements in the periodic table is just keep sticking atoms together and you'll get there. So you can build stuff out of stars. If you know how to do it. It's just advanced science that we haven't figured out yet. But hey, we have airplanes and microchips and nuclear reactors, and that's advanced science compared to sailing ships and cavemen.
That's true. That's true.
Like disassembling planets is, you would need more energy to like, not like Death Star blow a planet in millions of little pieces, but using lasers and other technology or mass drivers to like smash pieces off of it and then use those pieces to build stuff, because at least the planets have already, like, the Big Bang and stellar evolution and the age of the universe has already kind of made more complicated elements than hydrogen and helium.
I like that idea, though.
You could induce supernova to do that too, because literally every element more complicated than the helium is because of supernova over billions of years.
When we just start destroying stars on purpose, oh my God! What if we just start destroying stars
to get coal out of the ground?
What if that's what we end up doing? Destroying stars on purpose just to have them for, I don't know, our energy purposes.
That's certainly a used topic for advanced science fiction. Where are we going to get all this power from? I don't know. The hundreds of billions of stars that are out there. Maybe not blow them up, but even like a Dyson shell. Use a Dyson shell. You're like a civilization can take over a solar system very easily once it figures out how to do that. Because you have
What's a Dyson shell? What's a Dyson shell?
You know what a Dyson sphere is? I think the Dyson sphere was the first idea, which is like literally just encapsulate the sun in a shell, like a Kinder egg.
Why?
And then because you want to fill the entire interior with like solar energy collectors and harness the energy.
Okay.
But then, math went, well, the solar pressure would kind of break that eggshell you built around it, so that it expanded to the Dyson shell or the Dyson net. which is kind of the same idea, but it's more of like a chain link fence around it. So the solar radiation doesn't get to totally destroy it, but you still kind of surrounded it in a structure that can harness its energy. And either directly use it, like people just live in or around or on whatever that structure is, and that's your society. Or you use the energy to like beam it around and do stuff with it. Like Mount Mercury. And they use Mercury to build stuff.
Chrono says, I think we are never going that far. When simulation becomes completely realistic, no one will leave. They will hook up and check out. Contentment is heaven. AI will make people's heavens reality. I don't know.
If you're like, maybe a lot of lame people to do that.
Like, I think there are always people that want to get away, though, if it's possible. I mean, but then
that's
I can see kind of the we're explorers at heart. But then again, I don't know. We are changing a lot. I mean, a lot of us are now at home and or we I mean,
it's just like, hey, let's just watch infomercials all day. Who needs to go into space and explore stuff?
Well, yeah. I mean, the fact is, we have. You two have Facebook? No. Well, I have one begrudgingly, and no.
Nope.
I don't like to use it. No. I do not like Facebook. I only have it for writers. I hate Facebook. I always delete my account. Like every.
I'm just tired of having garbage shoveled at me, so I
don't like seeing all my relatives on there dying. Stupid. I don't want to find out about dead parents on Facebook. But anyway, people, I mean, the idea that people might choose that, of course, there'll be people that'll choose.
That can still be part of galactic civilization.
Chrono's always wondered why people like it. I don't think anybody actually likes Facebook. I think it's just a begrudgingly used tool because of the networking part. Never living their own lives. I don't think people lived on Facebook. They just try to show off and or... Yeah.
So what happens if you build like a Dyson net and then everyone's like Matrix plugged in and you use their, like the Matrix robots did, using their like biochemical energy to fuel the civilization, and the 1% that doesn't want to be a lame ass plugged in dumbass actually does all the work at exploring and stuff, and they fly the Dyson net around and you explore the galaxy like that.
Maybe.
You take the star with you.
The star would help fuel.
I think it's called the Shkadov thruster.
Tell me about that a bit.
You build a Dyson net or something around the star, and then you use it to fuel an engine that pushes the star around, and then that's your like intergalactic travel vehicle. You bring the whole fucking solar system with you.
That'll make more sense.
That's some high-tech shit. Fuck spaceships, we're bringing the whole sun with us. And because the planets orbit the sun, all the planets kind of follow us around. And the whole solar system's just zipping around the galaxy. You don't really need to worry about how to colonize other planets. You just take your planets with you.
I kind of think we'll probably do the ideas of more type of space stations and further out and ships, generational ships like we talked about last time, and I don't know. I think they'll be so risky. It'll be risky to try and colonize other planets because of the fact that we could affect them so badly, or they could affect us. We might not.
Plenty of time where leaving land was risky, and we still did it.
I know. We'll probably do it again.
You're gonna build a raft and go out in the ocean? You crazy psycho. There's nothing out there. You're gonna fall off the edge of the world.
Right.
Oh, wait. It's not like the 1300s. And they know better. The science will just keep doing that.
Hopefully, if it's allowed to.
No. So far, it's just a treadmill of bravery and discovery. And it's led us to do stuff.
There'll be something that propels us forward quickly, though, like the internet has. I'm sure there'll be another thing that will come forward that will figure something out that will then make a lot of this more possible. It's just a long way from it.
The fact that there's so much fiction about it means we want it.
Yeah, especially since the 50s to 70s, we definitely wanted it.
Part of that was like, oh, we're going to kill each other with nukes, so we probably should think about leaving. if we make Earth an irradiated hellhole.
So it's a wish fulfillment. It is a wish fulfillment to be able to start over again somewhere else.
Not necessarily start over, just to move.
Yeah.
Like,
Move out
people
of the
have the option
neighborhood.
of living at home, but a lot of them don't.
Yeah.
Even if they can't afford it. No, I want to go out and do my own thing.
Right?
Make my own adventure.
Right?
So, yeah, that's a human thing. And any kind of idea that we see as like just bizarre and like, why would we ever do that? That might be what future humans or aliens think of what we do right now, or our dreams and aspirations. Right? That's fucking bizarre. What the hell's wrong with you? That's the kind of definition of alien, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of incomprehensible to us. So maybe exploration and expansion is an alien concept to aliens. If that's a human thing, they don't want to do that. That might be why we don't. You know, we haven't seen any alien civilizations. We haven't detected any broadcasts. We haven't seen enormous spaceships show up and go like, "Hey guys, we figured out intergalactic travel. We've been doing this for thousands of years."
There could be reasons why we haven't seen that, which I have a note about. Do you think
It's probably
aliens
because
are
Earth is a terrible
exotic?
place, but yeah.
Do you think aliens are exotic for future humans? I don't. That are aliens exotic or future humans? No.
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you think aliens are exotic or future humans?
I mean, that's an interesting idea. That if we encounter aliens, they're actually humans from the future.
Well, that's the time travel thing, then, I guess.
Well, there's a bunch of different theories, like the multiple Earth theory, or like the whole seeded human civilization, where Earth is just one of many colonies where humans were basically planted by aliens, or a post-Dark Age intergalactic civilization where humans were all over the place thousands, if not millions of years ago, but there was some weird fucking war that kind of turned us all into cavemen.
Time dilation.
No, it has nothing to do with time dilation.
Chrono said that. Chrono said that, not me. Propulsion breakthroughs. So some of the stuff we need. Ultra-high exhaust velocity drives. Manipulative negative energy fields.
We need reactionless drives. Anything with exhaust is too low-tech for stuff like that.
And stable, traversable wormholes.
Yep.
So we can have shortcuts across the galaxies. If so, they may be able to tell us what they use the pyramids for. Stinger Man, we built the pyramids. We just used slavery to build pyramids. They've already studied how we built the pyramids. Humans have been building things for a long time. We had freaking waterway systems, sewage treatment back in Roman times. We just forgot that we did stuff as we destroy multiple civilizations. Right? I believe so. We forgot that people knew how to do stuff. So you think they are tombs? Entire pyramids? No. There are some in there. You can look up Egyptian stuff. There's actually lots of stuff about Egypt and pyramids and tombs in history and current Wikipedia, encyclopedias, documentaries. We just mysticized them because we were like, how did they build that? They you know, the word propulsion comes into thing. I mean, they basically hefted things up. A lot of labor, a lot of work, a lot of, you know, pulleys, stuff. Ask Mr. Spaceman about the human consciousness farming theory. Didn't we kind of talk about that, or?
Farming human consciousness.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Farming
To farm
human
it and
consciousness.
those are the words you just said. Yeah, I know, but it's more like you farm things to kind of get material from it. Like, what would you be harvesting from a human consciousness? Some kind of like a vampire, like consuming people's mind energy.
Tagging map.
I don't know what that means.
You tell us about it, Chrono, but it was have to do with Galactic Empires. Do you think that's what we'd be doing to make it happen? Or? I don't understand the connection.
Ancient aliens.
I don't think they'd want to farm our mind matter, honestly. We're too stupid.
Orbital inbound.
Oh, I didn't see that. I really did that short of the ships, eh? It's off the human seed theory. Oh.
Orbital incoming.
Okay, well...
I don't know. I prefer hard science. It has like a scientific explanation for the technology. There's a lot of like pseudoscience and shit like that out there.
But I did see this. Harvest a star's entire output to run FTL fields or feed a galactic grid. Conceptual only implies autonomous construction robots and self-replicators.
I mean,
for a
all of this is
megastructure,
conceptual.
like
We
the
haven't done
Dyson
it.
swarms.
Yeah.
Or antimatter's production and storage. I like that. We only have nanograms per year. We would need a lot more. Exotic matter metamaterials. We have nothing there yet. We seem to have the ideas, but nothing there to follow it up yet for what we want. Like, we've imagined what we need. We just don't have the technology yet.
Yeah, well, we figured out the math, and the math says that it would be possible if we had this material that had these kind of parameters, like negative mass and anti-gravity and stuff like that.
Have a taste of democracy.
Ooh, class 4, nice.
I like the idea of quantum entanglement network, so... If they had a breakthrough, it would rewrite quantum theories. So basically, if we could have breakthroughs in, like, it's like the older episodes where we talked about this. If we have a breakthrough in quantum entanglement and with fuel, like fusion.
If there was a breakthrough in any field, it would advance it. That's
no, like in a big step, like as in like changing it all. Yeah, but specifically in quantum physics and in energy sources like fusion.
Like data storage. Even if it was data storage, something kind of as benign as that. It would mean
we've already had advancements in data storage.
Well, do it again.
Do it some more.
It means we would have like more advanced supercomputers that use less energy, so they'd be more efficient and be much smarter and faster.
You are quantum entangled. Oh no, I am. Aren't I? I feel quantum entangled. I feel quantum entangled tonight. Is that a feeling? Is quantum entanglement a feeling as well? They just created quantum teleportation when Chrono Illusion.
That's cheating.
When?
That's like quantum tunneling.
Well, then tell us about that, because I'm confused about what you guys are fucking talking about.
There's some stuff on Wikipedia about it.
Well, why don't you tell us about it?
Because it's not really the topic we're talking about today.
Well, I'm confused. They completed an experiment 2 weeks ago. Okay, so what's it about? What's it well, doesn't quantum entanglement have to do with us being in space anyway? If we were that far? We wouldn't need it for anything? I thought we discussed in a previous episode that we'd need it.
We wouldn't need it. It's just like an idea. Communications could use quantum entanglement. It's not like it's necessary. Or it might not be necessary if you develop alternate technology.
Like what?
Package acquired.
Everything else that I've mentioned so far.
Dropping a pin.
Subspace communication, neutrino communicators, wormholes.
I wish we'd figure out
Not
wormholes.
relying on communication and just like copying yourself.
No, quantum entanglement is how things that aren't observed create what?
Tactical asset
Um,
your position.
Maybe you got cut off there, Connor.
Objective
Oh no, we lost the feed. At least we're not talking about pyramids.
When a particle is not observed, it starts to act randomly. How do you know if you're not?
observing?
Yeah, how do you know if you're not observing it?
Schrodinger's cat.
Are we talking about the cat in the box? Yeah, is a cat really in the box if it's not? If you're not there, is the chair really still in the room if you're not in the room? I remember that.
Calling down a support weapon.
I mean, do things exist? That's kind of selfish, our own selfish mind thing. Like, if I'm not in the room, nothing else exists. That's kind of dumb. I mean, I get why people ask that question philosophically, but does this really exist if I'm not here to observe it? Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think when you leave a room, everything disappears? When you come back, it just miraculously gets quantum
Yeah.
entangled back into existence? Like, probably
Yeah.
not.
No. See,
Well, prove it.
if
Well,
we're
I
not,
don't know, put a
if
sail
we're
cam
not-
there and prove it.
if we're not talking, you don't exist, Brad. Just letting you know. You're it's a figment. Yeah.
Calling down a sentry.
You cease to exist, and that's just how it is.
How about a nice cup of
That's how it exists.
package acquired?
And
Requesting
and if we just think about, if people just think about things, then they exist again.
Guys,
And it takes all of
We
us
can think
thinking
about
about it at the same
galactic
time to make it all
civilization. How about that?
sample collected.
Yeah. Could we? Does it exist now that we thought about it?
Terminal.
Wait. Does it exist now that we thought about it? I need to know.
Requesting sentry.
That's a good shortcut to making it happen. I'm just saying. If all we gotta do is think it and believe, and it exists, I mean... Phew! Galactic Empires are here, man. I really liked what it wrote about this episode. I really want to read it. I know you hate ChatGPT, but I wish you'd give
It's
it a
cheating.
chance.
Engaging
It's not
I
cheating.
did. I've used it as cheating.
It's better than doing nothing. I really found it to be
You read, like
interesting.
actual articles about the subject written by professionals, or you just
Yeah, you can.
ChatGPT is like scraping gum off of someone's shoe and be like, "Wow, this is fascinating."
You say that right now, but you're probably going to need to use that at work at some point.
AI has already infested work, and it's disgusting.
orbital strike.
Mhm.
They don't even get that for you.
But
It's
yet
like
you're
kind
into
of-
science, and if you think that we're not going to be using AI or an advanced version of ChatGPT
Hating
in
on
this
ChatGPT
future,
is not the same as thinking AI is not in our future. AI is totally in our future. ChatGPT is just some stupid regurgitation algorithm that people.
yeah, but maybe a regurgitation algorithm is going to be part of how we get to space.
Sentry.
And a regurgitation algorithm is probably going to be needed for us
Maybe
to
we'll
be in
like,
space.
You know what? We don't need computers. We'll just do it the long way.
We probably won't, though. That doesn't make any sense.
AI.
Extraction shuttle.
It doesn't make any sense,
Remember
though.
that
that we
stack
would-
of paper that was like as tall as a scientist?
Tagging map.
It doesn't make sense that we wouldn't use something that is a repetitive algorithm at some point,
That's an opinion.
or else we
could
won't
use
have
actual artificial
cohesiveness.
intelligence. Could use actual artificial intelligence, not just some bullshit.
This might be part of it, though. Artificial intelligence still learns from us. It
Don't
still
learn,
will
it's
find its
copying.
basis in what it learns from us. So,
Just copying shit.
well, it's going to have to, and then it advances and learns as it goes. But it's obviously going to copy us first. So it's going to regurgitate us and what it knows from our own knowledge bases, which obviously includes stuff like the internet. And then it'll go from there and learn on its own, now won't it? Every sci-fi movie shows it using the internet first to learn everything first. and systems like that. So how is that different than ChatGPT?
What about science fiction written before the internet?
We still imagine things like that. That's where the idea of internet came from, was science fiction. Because they were imagining it like that. A wireless network, androids that learned from us.
Yeah, none of that's ChatGPT.
He just hates the name ChatGPT. Well, that's fine.
I just think you should do like real research.
I think you can do both. I think you can inspire people to learn more. I mean, it's like I know you're getting older, but like the kids these days are going to use it, and it's going to inspire them to learn more. Pardon? Haiku? Do you want to hear the haikus? They're actually pretty good.
They weren't.
Well, they made some good haikus. I kind of like haikus, honestly. They're not too bad. They're not too bad. I mean, are they as good as an individual's poetical choices? Probably not, but I think it's interesting. That's not what this is about. This is about Galactic Empires. And how we're totally not going to be using I don't know. It's often thought that we won't even make it into space, so...
We already did.
No, beyond where we are. Beyond where we are. Beyond where we are, I mean. But you're right. Like, the fact that we're even as far as we are... Now we've got people in space right now... is pretty significant. I mean... We probably would be further if it hadn't been for a few setbacks, and we're probably going to have like an advancement forward now, but again, it seems that our biggest issues are things beyond our current science. So, it's hard for me to imagine an empire. And it's hard for me to imagine to be able to talk about it without thinking about the political parts of it, because I can't see how we could... Like, in every sci-fi even, there's always politics and ethic and moral codes having to deal with other planets, meeting other, you know, and also trying to work together and stay cohesive across an empire, you know? You can't have an empire if the empire isn't somehow... on the same page, right? So politics and all that, unfortunately we hate it, but they're always going to be a part of it, which is depressing, I suppose, unless we gave it over to an AI or an intelligence that wasn't us, which would be smart, but is that likely to happen? Right, has nothing to say about it because it isn't what he want to talk about. So he should lead the convo, because I just keep seeing that that's such a big part. Like Star Wars, it is. Dune, it is. Dune talks about how basically you can forget where you came from, you know? And Star Trek, I mean, everything was always about morals, about other planets, and how the further away you get from Earth, how that can separate us as human beings, right? Would we even still be humans? And I don't mean that in like, oh, we've changed who we are biologically, but it's in like, once we've been gone long enough from Earth, what are we then? If we're in a galactic empire that somehow loses connection or is isolated.
So is it like saying people that grew up in England and then moved somewhere else?
We're talking a lot further than that. A lot further than that. And time dilation and all that. couldn't that definitely affect it? It's not like, oh, we just moved across the world. We're talking galaxies, light years, time dilation. All these things you mentioned, I think, are far heavier in impacting the ability to have humanity be. I mean, as we even mentioned, other planets can affect our biology, and I don't know. We'd have to. Hopefully, we'd stay connected so we could continue to meet up and intermingle, so we don't have like genetic issues as well. We'd have to be able to see other humans, you know, because the same ship. Eventually, you're going to have. Let's say the same ship or the same planet. Eventually, you're going to run out of options, aren't you? Isn't it just going to be the whole same family? Do you know what I mean?
Calling down a sentry.
Eventually. I don't know. There's a lot of things about it that concern me. But if we have, like, quick travel, like space holes and, like, you know, wormholes and all that shit, I could see it maybe working. And if we have some kind of consistent communication system that can survive, you know, the things that could happen from hackers to, you know, normal space anomalies that destroy our connections. If we can get through all of that, then I think it's possible to have empires. It's hard to imagine. Because look, we see no matter what we're doing, we always end up fighting. And maybe that's a cynical view, but there's always a fight for power, wealth, resources. Resources will be the most important thing if we're out in space. Our supply lines will matter. We always make enemies. What if we make enemies and they destroy our supply lines? Wipe out our generational chips. I'm not trying to be negative. You could please intercede with some positive theories, because these are just like things that come to mind when I think of it. Maybe
I thought you were monologuing. I was just letting you go at it.
No, I would prefer if you interrupted and said something, please.
I mean, in regards to the whole politics and infighting in the future, I wasn't talking about like some sort of like one galactic government where there was only one faction.
Well, that's what I mean. We'd probably break into many, which makes more sense.
Be like that.
We would definitely break into more than one for sure.
Well,
it'd be inevitable.
I don't feel like there wouldn't be only one even when we went out there. Maybe for a brief period we would like ally together and be like, hey, we've all got to work together as like a species.
And then as soon as we got out there, we'd say, fuck you, bye.
I hate those guys back on the list. Fuck that, we're going over here.
Yeah, which makes more sense to me.
So there would be multiple societies colonizing space.
That'd be nice. Do you think we would have... Okay, we already know the rich will do it, but what if we could have some sort of alternative...
Scarcity society.
Yeah. What if we could have our own...
Which doesn't mean anything.
I would love that. That was supposed to be the idea back when I watched Star...
Rich in knowledge. Or rich in history.
I wish. That's what I thought might happen, but... When I used to watch, Star Trek, but...
Maybe not in this millennia. I feel like Star Trek's too optimistic.
Well, see, here I thought I was being cynical, but you're right. Like, it probably is too optimistic.
We're gonna figure out fast and light travel within 100 years? Probably not. The eugenic wars thing, I feel like that's kind of...
That's disgusting, and that's likely happening. Yeah.
But that was part of Star Trek's future history, where, yeah, there's that big eugenic war, and they were like, yeah, that kind of fucking killed millions and millions of people, and then after that, we kind of figured our shit out. But, like, the last two world wars were, holy fuck, never again, and then we just kept being a warlike society. Like, oh, okay, well, maybe we didn't learn a lesson yet. Even at the brink of a nuclear holocaust.
Nuclear holocausts in space. You could wipe out a whole galactic empire.
Requesting sentry.
If we
There's
split
also
up enough,
disasters in space that could do that too, though.
yeah, like exactly,
Versus wipe us all out.
exactly. Oh, wouldn't that be disappointing? Like something wipes out Earth when we've already escaped in time, and then we get out there, and then we get like destroyed by like a gamma ray burst or something as well.
To the sky.
And we've got like just a few survivors on like some ring or something. Oh, that'd be depressing. Or a generational ship out in space that didn't know that not only is Earth gone, but so is like. Whew. I'm in a great mood today, guys.
That's a good theory for a story.
Isn't it?
I mean, it's interesting. It's like a thought experiment.
Right?
People colonize, like, say, a half dozen nearby star systems, and we have hundreds of billions of people living on different planets. And we figured out like a hyperspace or a subspace, and this is the first like experiment. Like a colony ship is going to bring a couple hundred people, like say hundreds of light years away, so outside our kind of comfortable bubble of colonies. And as they're in this parallel space, or like a parallel dimension, like hyperspace or subspace or whatever, some supernova happens nearby, and the radiation wipes out like every planetary colony of human space, because it's going to be like a lighthouse that just points its light at us. And it's just like, well, sorry, everything over there is dead.
Oh my god, so then what happens?
Because that's what gamma ray bursts kind of do to stuff. And then this ship with what they don't know yet, but it's the last like 100 people that are alive, exit hyperspace or whatever, and you're like, hey, where's everybody?
What then?
That'd be like a neat, like Lost in Space kind of.
Wouldn't it
story.
be? That would be.
I mean, as a thought, it's kind of like really depressing, but it'd be an interesting thought experiment or a story.
And what do they do? And what would they have to be able to, you know,
try in
to
a
start
corner,
again?
huddle together, or rebuild society? I don't know.
That is interesting. I liked earlier. You reminded me of, despite the tone that I have tonight, you reminded me of that. There was this idea in the 70s, 80s that was said a lot that we didn't come from Earth, blah, blah, blah. I think it was a lot of the sci-fi stuff and wishful thinking, but the idea that maybe we have already done this before, not us, but humankind, you know, has done this before. But then there's too much that says we haven't. Like, what if we were the experiment that started before? Do you know what I mean? And this is us again, just repeatedly on Earth, like failing, but still. Because we've already done this before, and I don't know. Kind of interesting to think about. Hold, please. Are you in space right now?
We're all in space right now. Earth is our spaceship. Yeah, I'm playing Elite.
How far are you?
Calling out a sentry.
69 jumps. Nice.
It's a great.
I am in a region called Newton's Fault. About like almost like a little over halfway between Eagle Point and the center. I'll check how far away I am from Sol. I am. Well, that's kind of fucked up. I'm 43,343 light years away from Earth.
43 is the number. Should have been 42.
Oh. Get there.
I like how it says maybe Can we survive ourselves long enough to expand? Should we? And what kind of legacy are we launching into the void? Will there be coffee?
I always go back to like historical allegory.
Okay.
Where it's like there might have been a period in, like, say, 1,200 years ago, where there was
So we were close.
religious wars and a bunch of other shit going on. It wasn't the Dark Ages and the Black Plague yet, because that happened, I think, around the year 1000 AD.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we're kind of primitive by today's standards, and people might have been like, oh, there's so many wars going on, are we ever going to survive long enough to do X, Y, Z? And there was no way they were, you know, they were dreaming about maybe flying and stuff like that, but they had no kind of scientific basis on how to ever do that. Even like fucking balloons, let alone airplanes and jets and stuff. It was all more mythical. Or, you know, everything was like the gods did it, or something like that. But we persevered. There was lots of people getting killed all over the place from disease and war and famine and shit, but we still made it. We survived as like a species.
Neural uplinks were indeed mentioned in the summaries. That seems to be a big kind of thought experiment that neural uplinks would probably have to do with this, because space colonization.
Priority alert. The Widow's Harbor system.
I feel like the easier it makes, or maybe not the easier it makes things, but the more problems it quickly solves, the more likely it's to be used in science fiction. So anything that kind of neatly just figures out, well, how are we going to communicate like that, or how are we going to survive in space, and any kind of things like that, it's like just basically make up or
fight on in the memory of
like think of a very advanced version of existing technology that kind of explains that, and there's probably a science fiction that utilizes it just to be like, okay, that problem's solved. We don't have to worry about that in our storyline. Because science figured it out.
I wonder how close we are to neural uplinks. I mean, what's the space is been working on brain stuff, right? So
I mean, a lot of people have been working on it. He's just like the
one people
noisy
talk
poster
about.
child for now.
Yeah. True.
But that's that's kind of, I know I mentioned like a quantum leap in data storage. That would help facilitate that. Because the constant, like all the neurons and stuff, if you're able to quantify the human mind and emotions and stuff, it would literally just be a matter of, takes up a lot of space, like data-wise.
I wonder how much space egos will take up.
Maybe there won't be room. They're incompatible format.
Incompatible egos
Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be great if ego
Can't be a
was
joke in the future.
I would like that, but it seems doubtful. But could you imagine there being a big jerk in the
Hellpod launch initiated.
I wonder what would neurally be uplinked. Would all of our... I wonder if they would be doing that like they do with... I hate eugenics, but that, like, in selection, where they would take out parts of us, like, from our appetites, our desires and such, and only try to have certain desires be in there.
That
Like,
might be a technical limitation. It could be something like, okay, we're able to upload a human mind into a computer, and the test subject really likes pizza, but that doesn't get transmitted over. And they don't, something like that, where because you don't eat or you don't have a physical body to have.
So you're not tortured. So you're not tortured with it.
It's
so
kind
no
of like,
sex, unless you have simulation.
Well, it's
That's
more
what I
like,
mean. Like, what if we lose everything
hey,
that
let me
made us
finish.
human?
Maybe it's more like because of how you get digitized or whatever you want to call that, uploaded. It's not like part of your consciousness anymore. You don't miss it because you don't even you can't realize that you miss it.
That sounds depressing.
It's not a parameter.
But when we still, So maybe, okay, so one of the theories is that maybe humans won't go to galaxies, won't be in galactic empires because we'll just be a consciousness or a, a mind thing, like a computer AI or whatever the fuck thing, which is kind of depressing because that's not what people essentially want, not in sci-fi anyway. We seem to really want humans out in space.
Why would we upload our minds just to sit in a jar on Earth?
Exactly. So then that's not going to be satisfactory to people. Maybe initially if they want to like test things, but we're going to want humans out there, which either goes to the embryo and generational ship thing or waiting until we can solve
in extremely early colonization efforts, yeah.
yeah. Because there's no way that we would be happy with, oh yeah, sure, brains can go to space, but, you know, us humans, we're still going to stay here, because the idea is that we get to...
I want to walk on alien worlds. I want to see other stars. I want to smell an alien atmosphere.
I want to die on another planet, yeah. I don't want to die here on Earth, that kind of thing, right? Plus, just the idea that there could be a hostile takeover of not just humans, which I know would be less painful being just a brain thing, but like a hostile takeover, let's say from an enemy, whether it's another human enemy or an alien enemy, the fact that that could happen to us while we're just brains, I know seems like it would be less painful, but it'd be horrifying too to think of like a ship just being taken over and I don't know, an empire falls just because of this or that. I don't know. It's interesting, but there's so many sci-fi. We're in sci-fi story territory for sure. I think inevitably
this is beyond any kind of realistic scope of something that'll happen in our lifetime.
Okay, so can you tell us about the Fermi paradox? We have kind of talked about this, but this has some great ideas about why.
That's about aliens.
The Fermi paradox, yeah.
Yeah,
okay, so aliens. Where the hell is everybody?
I don't know.
Okay, so the universe is ancient. There are billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars and planets. Even a slow-crawling, spacefaring species should have had time to spread across the galaxy by now. Why don't we see any signs of life?
Maybe it did and it's not around anymore. And we can't see signs of it because we barely know how to figure out to build.
Look at what we have, right? We don't know what we have anyway. Well,
that's
real.
Not really related. But it's more like we can barely detect other atmospheres and things like that with our simple scientific instruments. So maybe there could be thousands of planets out there with, you know, ancient ruined cities where no one lives anymore because the aliens either all died, or they went to a different galaxy, or they evolved into pure energy and they're just zipping around doing other godlike stuff that we can't comprehend with our simple monkey brains. Like I said, the universe has been around for a long time. We've only been around for 20,000 years.
Well, it's talking about... You mentioned Legos earlier. Well, empires are impossible. The physics is just too brutal. Light speed is a hard limit. And time dilation wrecks coordination. And logistics make Star Wars look like a toddler's Lego set. And every empire fragments the second it spreads. Galactic vulcanization forever. What does that mean?
Who's saying that?
Well, it's just saying that. That's one of the things it says. Are you saying... I'm not saying it. I'm going to call it a different name if you're going to make me feel bad about it. It's giving me more talking points. No, nobody's saying in the chat. They got upset after we shot down the
pyramids?
Stuff. Yeah. I think the pyramids kind of killed the convo. And I couldn't imagine an apple. So... I think keep the convo going. It's on me today. There's some there that's just not talking.
The Lego analogy was like molecular reassembly.
Okay.
It's like imagine rifling through a big Tupperware bin of different colored Lego, and every single different color is a different, like, atom. So I'm just going to take some protons and some neutrons and some electrons, and I'm going to build this. Okay, well, you made a whole bunch of carbon atoms. Now you can make stuff out of carbon. Well, you made some hydrogen atoms, and you made some oxygen atoms, and now you can make hydrocarbons out of those three parts. Just make lots and lots of them. You know, simple sugars. Or you take a whole bunch of more Legos and, hey, I made uranium.
Some believe it. Fire. Have you heard of the dark forest hypothesis?
That's about aliens again.
Well, tell me, it's also connected to why, to Galactic Empires, to why we may not have seen them. Everyone's silent because shouting into the void gets you killed. Maybe Galactic Empires go dark on purpose to survive.
But if you take over a galaxy, what are you trying to survive against? Something like
that you found, I guess. Because maybe you come across something that could kill you, that could destroy you.
That doesn't seem like human nature, though.
Well, that's what I mean. It'd be aliens.
Grow even bigger and take it on.
Well, what if you can't? Like, we can't right now.
You can't what?
We can't fight a galactic empire if it showed up.
We'd still try, or do you think we'd just be like, yeah, you're right. Might as well just kill us all on Earth.
I don't know. We are complacent with letting people be killed, so I'm not sure. I don't have too much belief that we would just, you know...
Well, in order for science fiction to kind of happen, you have to, like, kind of believe it'll happen.
I know. Let's see. You can still look at why it might not have happened.
You can, but it's not really kind of conducive to
But I kind of like this, that they're not physical at all, that civilizations evolve past biology and expand digitally, which living in light, data, or virtual dimensions. You don't see them because they're not in ships, they're in the code. So, see, these aren't just like me going, oh, like, this is why it won't happen. It's also me going, these could be possibilities for us, too, later, if we reach the point of galactic travel and avoiding conflict with other...
So what are we traveling in?
Well, apparently we could travel in data, in light, in data, or virtual dimensions.
Okay, so expand on that. What do you mean?
I don't know much about that. We've talked about some travel through light and in data, as you said, uplinking our brain.
You're going to travel in form of data, so you're going to upload your mind and just, like, send a fax into space, and that's how you travel?
Maybe. Maybe it'll start as faxes. Yeah, maybe.
I feel like that's not really...
Well, the idea that
they send a radio transmission into space, is that transmission traveling through space? It's like, in a technical sense, yeah, but it's not like the radio message is like, oh wow, I'm in space, whoa. It's not sentient. You can't experience what it's seeing or interacting with. It's just energy moving through space.
But didn't you talk about how there could have been, in a previous episode, how other beings could be here but not visible because of the fact that they could be in a different dimension, etc., etc.?
They're still physically there, though.
Yeah, but we don't know that they're there. We can't see them.
But you just
what if that's
said
what we do as well?
I'm not talking about data. I'm talking about paradimensional.
Oh, we can't see data. We can't see data. To be fair. It's not like you'd see data flowing in the air.
That's not the same thing. It's just... things we can't see is not like the ultimate like quantifier with that. You can't see air, but it's still physically there.
It is interesting to know that we have not had contact with other... Like, I don't know if it's because we aren't advanced enough. That makes the most sense. Why aren't they bringing me back?
If there are aliens in, like, the local area, like within 100 light years, that's probably absolutely why.
So then they're doing something ethically.
If you're in a car with your family coming home from a nice dinner, you drive by a crack house and be like, hey, let's go see those people. See what they're up to.
But then that would be assumed that they have ethics.
Earth is the fucked up crack house with all the noisy, crazy people. And if
But
there's
you know-
alien civilizations nearby, they're like, no, let's kind of wait till they calm their shit down.
Then that would be ethical, wouldn't it? Instead of just enslaving us or whatever, because that's a choice, not to.
No, I think it's more like a kind of a conscious safety issue. Why would you put yourself at risk by coming to Earth?
Why would?
All those dumbasses with nukes. They don't even know how to take care of the planet. Why am I going to go over there? Planet's a dump.
Well, if
They
they're
can do.
advanced enough, maybe they've made it past having to worry about stuff like that. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. There's other ideas where, like, if maybe there's an advanced society that thinks it's so far advanced that would be like us interacting with bacteria.
Yeah.
You see, we're like, hey, sorry, bacteria, I'm gonna get the Lysol out and clean the kitchen counter. It's like, nope, you fucking wipe that shit out.
Yeah.
They just roll up and just, hey, we're gonna take your sun and, like, consume all the energy out of the sun and just
I
move
wonder
on.
if that would be something if they did that. That would be kind of cool. I'm not saying a great thing for us, but that would kind
It's a
of.
solar eclipse. Oh, wait, the sun never came back. Oh,
Because if we're talking about doing that to other stars as a possible source of energy for our own fuel systems, what if something just came along and did that to us?
Requesting tech pack.
I mean,
we'd
all die pretty quickly.
Well, yeah, but that would end that. Then we wouldn't have to worry about whether we'd become a galactic empire.
Neat.
just
What a
be
boring
like-
end.
Yeah,
We just all die. The end.
they all died in the end.
Chapter 1.
Clear the
Yeah.
area.
Well, that story's kind of wasn't worth buying the book. It's just 300 pages of blank pages.
But still, it's kind of interesting to think of that might be a thing that could just
Now, will we do that
happen.
to other planets?
Why it's okay if we could do it to other planets?
I'm not saying it's okay, but just like if we do that to other planets, it would be kind of like if we build a suburb as an expanding city. Do we be like, hey, look out, little birds and deer, and raccoons and squirrels? Are you okay if we do this, or do we just get the bulldozers out?
Exactly. So why wouldn't they do that to us and just do the bulldozers?
They totally would.
But maybe
Or maybe like actually not being pieces of shit as a species is such an alien concept that they would do that, and we can't wrap our heads around it.
that's the thing, and that's why we're not gonna.
So they're like, you know what? That solar system is like habited. There's stuff going on there, so we'll just leave it alone. We'll build our Dyson sphere somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's the thing about science fiction. There's not really one school of thought that explains stuff. There's a lot. That's the cool thing about it.
I don't know where this thing is that's murdering everything.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
But any civilization, once it expands in scale, does deal with the problems of how do you communicate, how do you facilitate trade, how do you stay in contact with, like the local governments going like, hey,
How's it going?
back
What are you
home
guys
they
doing?
want to do this.
Don't forget to pay your taxes.
Pretty much everywhere in that kind of interim between you're far enough away where we can do what we want and it's too slow for you to show up and like convince us to do otherwise. Basically every empire fragmented. So we mentioned that in the comments earlier.
Yep.
Or even if the empire is cohesive, like the Roman Empire was, it basically grew to the point where it couldn't do that physically. It took too long to communicate, or it had too many kind of incorporated cultures that were not Rome, and it kind of diluted itself that way. Where it's like it's not really like the Roman Empire; it's a whole lot of states that are kind of like agreeing to do the same thing. And even then, it was too expansive to control realistically, and it fell apart.
So that's kind of what would happen with the Galactic Empire.
But it depends on the timeline of travel versus communication. If communication happened faster than travel, then you could be like, there could be whether it's suppressive or like more positive, and people agreed with it and willing to be like, yeah, the government's right, or whoever is in control, like we're willing to do were willing to stay aligned with them, and we didn't expand faster than communications would, like, kind of exert their control might not be the right word, but exert their kind of like power over us, whether it's positive or not, until we kind of escape that, it would be like a galactic or, you know, subgalactic empire. I'm just using, like, empire just as a term. It doesn't have to be like literal, like imperial. It's just like
It
a
would
galactic
become
government.
imperial, though. I mean, I'd like to think that we could do the Star Trek thing, but
That's the post-scarcity kind of thinking,
I don't think we'll be able
which means like all the things that, like resources, food, energy, they're not like post-scarcity. Literally means like those things aren't scarce. We can kind of make them at will.
And
Oh, we have hundreds
I
of millions
don't
of
see
starving
it.
people. Boom, we can just kind of make food for them. They're not hungry anymore. Poor people, hey, there's no money anymore
Never forget the Helldivers.
because
we
we
can
can just
easily
make,
transfer
we can
people
make
to other
energy and food
planets.
at will,
Liberties and
so we don't have to worry about poverty,
Mission coordinates
which kind of
locked.
eliminates the need for like having to work. It's not to say that people won't work or do any work. It's just more like it kind of, the whole 9-to-5 grind would not exist.
Orbit synchronized.
We'd have machines
Allied destroyer has left
or
squadron.
people very efficiently doing labor to create things that we need, and the free time, because things are so efficient, would mean, hey, we can work on learning about other cultures so we're not totally racist assholes to each other. Or we, like 50% of us would be fucking scientists figuring out the next like step in evolution in curing disease, increasing human longevity, how to figure out how to travel into space, how to colonize and terraform planets without it taking fucking forever, how to fix the current situation on Earth with its pollution and shit. Because even right now, if you had, like, say we had spaceships that could take people to Mars and fucking, or even thousands of light years away, it would just kind of copy the problems we had here on Earth onto other planets.
Deploying SOS beacon.
They
So part of
probably-
science fiction kind of inherently has this social evolution of just being better people.
That'd be nice if we could be.
And it's a part of the trope of a lot of like military science fiction, where we're fighting stuff, whether it's each other or aliens, is kind of like we haven't evolved socially. We literally just think kind of the same way. We just have bigger lasers to shoot each other with. Like Starship Troopers is kind of like World War II in fucking space.
Right? Right.
Like the whole dropship thing. It's like, that's like D-Day, only you're landing on a planet instead of a fucking beach. It's literally analogous to that.
Deploying equipment
Well,
package.
So I like the science fiction that kind of not avoids it, but like supersedes that. Like, no, we
like what? Examples.
examples of science fiction that kind of incorporate stuff like that.
That avoids it, yeah. That's more what you were
No,
hoping.
I literally said not avoids it.
Oh.
But anyway, the RPG GURPS, its Ultra Tech book, kind of talks about human society with, like, it's called Ultra Tech. It's like the technology is almost magical in its abilities. Things like fast light communications, or buildings made of indestructible materials that have, you know, food growing in them. So you don't have to worry about, you don't need a farm. Your building will literally grow food in it. Or the idea that waste processing gets so advanced that kind of people get used to, well, it's like astronauts drinking their pee and stuff like that. Like molecular disassembly could get to the point where it's like, hey, we literally took your waste and rebuilt it into some other material, not necessarily food, which it could.
That's
it's like
furniture.
It's like it turns your poop into furniture. Welcome to the future.
Right?
Or you could grow furniture.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I've seen science fiction where it kind of does more of the opposite of that, where it's like you have like a solid structure, like a spaceship or a drop pod, for example, that gets an invasion force to the surface of a planet, and then it kind of melts once it gets there, because you don't want someone to...
The space debris.
Well, you don't want garbage, or you don't want the enemies who you're attacking to, like,
Know that you were
repurpose it
there.
and use it against you. No, they know you're there, because you're killing them.
Oh, okay.
But it kind of, I think it was Halo ODST? Anyway, it was kind of something that wasn't too like far future or fantastical. Or it's like there's like humans dropped out of an aircraft, basically landed, and the drop pods melted once they got out. It's like, well, it served its purpose. It doesn't need to be some rigid structure forever. It did what it needed to do, and technology will...
Stinging Man says a poop sofa would be awesome. There you go. A shit sofa. I think that already exists. I think some people have those.
Yeah, but in like a gross, non-futuristic way.
Yeah. I think some people have those. Huh. Sorry.
Yeah, any kind of complicated chemical element or molecule could be theoretically disassembled into whatever else you wanted it to do.
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
Like, oh, you're getting bombed with chlorine gas? Oh, my molecular disassemblers can turn it into benzene and use it for fuel instead. Take that. Or, I know nuclear dampers are a thing in some science fiction where it's like, we're not worried about nukes because we have not like an energy shield, but it's basically a field that makes nuclear explosions impossible. Kind of like how electromagnetic interference fucks up your Wi-Fi signal. But it's kind of the same idea. It's like, hey, your nukes won't work, so we're not afraid of them anymore. Guess you're gonna have to kill us the old-fashioned way. I think it was Traveler that did that. So, defended structures or military ships had these damper fields where it's like, hey, we don't care if you have nuclear weapons because they're not going to fucking work. It would still be used to like threaten or subdue more primitive cultures, like current humanity. But cutting edge would be like, yeah, whatever, don't care. It'd be like driving a tank into a society that only has muskets. It's like, yeah, you have guns, but it's kind of like we don't care. We're impervious to your technology. I think historical analogy is the most powerful tool to think about science fiction like that, because you can compare to things that we understand and have already happened. Like, it's just that, but a little different, but more futuristic.
So
colonizing the galaxy could be like colonizing Earth, just bigger.
Terrible. Well, yeah, because instead of, let's say, an ocean across, you've got like supply chains that would have to like last like 100 years supply chains. Because of, let's say,
in the nearer future, yes, there would be a period that's kind of like Spain or England colonizing Australia or America, and it's like, wow, they're so far away, we don't care about the king because he's way over there and he can't tell us what to do. Tea party.
There you go.
But time goes on, and it's like, hey, now we have global communications and we can literally fly anywhere within a couple hours.
Variable mass warp bubble for exotic propulsion. What if we could trade mass for warp potential? Dump reaction mass into a subspace field to create a moving distortion. Ships could accelerate without onboard fuel, but create a trail of subspace debris. That would have an impact on following vessels.
What the fuck is that?
So basically, we depending on our fuel source. I think it reminds me of what you talked about when you talked about nuclear weapons being used.
Yeah, nuclear propulsion. They thought about that in the 60s.
And how it would leave behind just horrible stuff, and then like
Well,
the implication.
space is filled with lethal radiation already, so that wouldn't matter as much. But the idea was just dropping nuclear weapons behind the ship and using the explosions to push it ahead.
Right, and think of what that would do to other vessels and other things in space if we were nuking space.
But space is so big, it's kind of like.
What if you warped right into it though?
Well, if you have warp, then you're not using nuclear weapons to get around.
Coordinates locked.
Those are different technological levels.
Pods primed.
That's like comparing Ben Franklin's fucking lightning kite to like a 747. So yeah, they're both in the air, but they're like one would totally not give a shit about the other. And the other direction, one would not influence the other in any way.
And a ship probably wouldn't travel right behind another ship anyway.
Not if we're using nukes for propulsion.
But we'd have to know the
But
path
the same
of
way,
every
like
ship.
like aircraft now, like
Yeah,
they
that's
don't
not
fly
going so
directly
well.
behind each other. There's set distances where it's like, hey, stay out of their jet wash. There's minimum distances in all three directions to keep them from running into each other. It still doesn't work. That's down to technological limitations or human arrogance. Not really the physical parameters of flying around.
I don't think human arrogance is going to go anywhere. We need human arrogance to even go to space.
Yep, double-sided coin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we
So
can totally do that.
if we don't have
Go to space.
arrogance, we won't do it, so... Because how arrogant of us to think that we should even go to space when we can't even be here, so... I find that interesting.
Requesting fortification. Danger.
I feel like a galactic society would be similar to Earth, where there would be dozens, if not hundreds, of like kind of distinct societies.
They would have to have meetings in big groups,
No.
like, sir.
No, it's part. Well, I mean, they could, but part of it is space is so goddamn big they don't have to really cooperate. Just stay the fuck away from each other.
Calling down a support weapon.
You have literally thousands of planets to kind of do your own thing. Just go over there and do it, and leave everyone alone.
But
You
somehow
do
we'd
the
still
same
have
thing.
to meet. We'd still have to meet those
You wouldn't have
sometimes for intermingling. Because
I'm
again,
not-
there will end up being...
I'm not talking about individual people. I'm talking about like galactic cultures.
Okay.
So it's
Again.
like space Europe and space Africa can be thousands of light years apart and do their own thing with hundreds and if not thousands of planets and star systems, and they don't have to
Yeah,
interact.
that's
They just
true.
have their own distinct cultures and stuff and just do it on their own.
I'd love it if they still interact, though.
It'd be nice if we could without declaring war on each other constantly.
Yeah. I guess it would depend on what we find in space, what resources end up becoming more important to us again. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if that ends up being an issue again, that would be what we end up, you know... That would end up being an issue again, and then we'd just be doing it in space on a larger scale, fighting over resources. Especially if it comes to survival in space.
That's a primitive thing, though. That's like
Yeah.
Avatar. What do they go there for? Some like unobtainium kind of fucking minerals
Yeah.
and shit.
Yeah.
But if you advance further and you can just kind of manipulate matter at will and make your own whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Hey, we turn toxic waste into titanium. Now we can make infinite spaceships. Like we don't really need to take over planets or attack people for stuff. We'll just use
That'd be great.
matter and turn it into what we want.
That'd be great, honestly.
That's like a lot of that kind of post-scarcity fiction doesn't like there is no wars over resources.
I know. That's why I like
It's-
that stuff.
But it's still like human nature. So we're still fighting over ideology. Oh, they think different, so fucking get them.
Yep.
Star Wars is basically that.
Yep. That's true.
Oh, we think we should have total control so people can't be fucking around. It's like, no, we kind of don't want to be domineered, and we like individuality and that kind of shit. Well, it's dangerous. Well, fuck you, we're gonna blow up your Death Star. That's Star Wars. And Star Trek kind of has that, like, it kind of hand-waviums it away at different species having different outlooks. But there's even, like, humanity's not entirely united. Yeah, there's a federation, but there's still different humans that are like, fuck that shit. Your happy little Greenpeace doesn't like. I don't jive with that. No, I'm gonna do my own shit. Or and part of that is there's alien races that agree with that kind of utopian ideal. Like, yeah, we can all get along.
I'd love that. They're hippies in space. Just saying. Let's make it a thing. Hippies in space.
Loving.
That'd be great. And they have like a hippie spaceship. Hippie empire.
Tie-dye space itself. Whoa.
Punks in space. Just all these cowboys in space. Oh my god.
Imagine drugs in like a
in
future
space?
like we're talking about.
Yeah, they find it.
We're talking about like
they get high on
scarcity,
stuff.
galactic society where we could basically manipulate matter and do whatever we want. Imagine like how good the drugs would be.
Right? I mean, there we go.
Imagine, like,
now we're getting there.
Alcohol with no hangover. That's a future. I got that written down.
Or you mean liver disease? Yeah, that's a nice idea. Nobody dies from alcohol. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I mean, I'm just saying, especially. But again, these things we would probably kill each other for. We wouldn't just share them. That'd be like coffee in space, I'm sure. Something we would fight over. I don't mean to be sad about it, I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, you're right. Until we figure out how to, like, not have to physically domineer people to get it. Like, oh, we can make
negotiate trade. Trade in space. Negotiating trade would be great.
Negotiate trade, or figure out how to. Like, it depends on what. Not so much what level of advancement, but there's different areas of advancement. Because you could have like a lot of different. That's a lot of the science fiction is different because they're not advanced in the same way. Like, yeah, they all have spaceships and kind of advanced communications and stuff like that. Artificial gravity, so their spaceships can be analogous to real naval vessels, and you're not walking around like a spinning ring like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Which is kind of cool still.
It's cool, but it's kind of a like a pigeonhole limitation. If we don't have like, oh, there's just magic artificial gravity that's built into the floor, and you can walk around like you're on Earth. Like every spaceship has to have that kind of rotating ring, and that's the only area of the ship where there's like kind of a walkable gravity. So a lot of near future sci-fi kind of has that because they, we don't foresee.
We don't know what we're gonna do.
Gravity in the next
Why don't we?
Because gravity is one of those elusive fucking parts of physics that we're like, what the fuck, man?
How are we gonna figure that out?
Can't you calm down like electrons and stuff, and we can figure it out. That's one of the missing links between quantum physics and general relativity is gravity. Gravity doesn't act the same with the equations we have, and that's the like, what the fuck is the missing link?
I wonder what the missing link is when we figure it out.
Is there a particle analogous to the electron that explains like electromagnetism, which we can't fully explain, but have a pretty good grasp on? That's how we have electronic devices. But is there like a particle analogous to that that kind of explains with and interacts and deals with gravity? And once we figure that out, we can make gravity weapons and anti-gravity fields, hovering tanks, you know, gravity built into the floor of our spaceships. That's like a mid-science fiction.
What if we figure out that we don't need gravity somehow?
I mean, that's kind of like a deep thought.
Yeah.
We wouldn't need
gravity. What if gravity
if
was just a state of mind, man, and we didn't even need it? We transcended. We transcend above the desire and need for gravity. We're like, gravity is so. Man, you've limited your mind if you think. Yeah, if you think you need gravity, man, you need to get high. Like, what's wrong with you? Thinking. think you need to have
Maybe
gravity.
it'd be something like we don't necessarily evolve, but we move into the astral plane and move around like psychologically.
That would be
We're
great.
not physically exploring, but we're like
Exploring with
like
our minds, man.
Soul is exploring space. I don't know. Then we wouldn't need gravity because we're not physically doing stuff.
I'm like, maybe our
Gravity-
episodes should stick to space and not go into crazy
Gravity's a
theories.
physical parameter. That's
'Cause
kind of
now
why it
we're-
has to do with-
Now it's high. I'm like, maybe we should stick to like
Well,
topics
some
that are
science
like,
fiction does deal with
tell us
like
about
psychic,
this.
psychic
Yeah,
communications,
psychic-
for example, or like the
Yeah.
the betazoids, whoever
especially
the
for
other
messages. And the
So, yeah,
Borg. The Borg didn't talk that much. They were all connected to each other.
But that was technology, which might
Exactly.
have been technologically supplanted.
Exactly,
psychic
technology though.
stuff.
See?
But it
Technology
could be a natural
could.
thing. Maybe the Ouija board is right.
What if it
Or it's
is?
not listening. Or it's not listening.
Exactly. Like, see? Just imagine.
So,
And all this could be helped with space drugs.
I'm not familiar with any science fiction that kind of leans into that, but it could be maybe there's physical ships that you explore space, but then you like astrally project yourself to explore new areas of space that your ship can't get to yet.
I like that idea.
It's like, whoa, don't go over there. That place is fucked up.
That'd be a great way to scout out places too.
Yeah, you could do like psychic reconnaissance. You don't have to waste
Yeah.
a ship spending time and energy to get somewhere. You just like
You can recon it without.
Yeah.
I would kind of like that idea. I think that would be great.
I mean, this is all
Then
thought
it would.
experiments.
Yeah, well, exactly. Especially if we're talking about intergalactic, like obviously.
Tagging map. Northeast. 50 meters.
Waterworld.
Waterworld was. Oh, you found a Waterworld. I'm like that movie wasn't as bad as I
Not
thought
Kevin
it'd be. Look, that movie wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Just saying.
Requesting
It's like Mad Max, but on the ocean, I guess. So you can't
Yeah.
have a bunch of V8 cars drive around.
another triumph from managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction. Requesting sentry!
I'm in that part of space where it's some of the systems are already explored because people have definitely gone from the 2 points that I'm traveling between. But
Tagging
there's so
map.
many stars, it doesn't mean everyone's been explored.
Landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Reload it.
Oh, for fuck's
But then you
sake!
get some systems
This
where
looks
people
like-
didn't explore shit, and then they go snipe the water world, and it's like, can you just like at least explore the rest of your system, you lazy piece of crap? What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
There.
Point me to the enemy.
What?
They left without me.
What do you mean?
Extraction complete.
They left without me. They left.
No, I heard that. That's what you said.
They left
Who left?
on the ship. The team left without me.
Democracy prevails once more.
I think that implies it's not much of a team. Just kind of.
No, it's because they probably just thought I was killing myself stupidly. But I was trying. They're the ones that had the freaking stupid Tesla towers. They didn't have to throw me out there at the they could throw me at the hot zone at the end when I had died again by a Tesla tower. But I get it. They just thought I was dying a lot. Hopefully, I got a lot of kills anyway. I know.
Or maybe it's like, no, we gotta leave them behind. If we lose the
No,
airlock open,
they-
we'll all be
no.
killed. No, we gotta leave. We gotta
No,
leave right
they
now.
could have. They could have. No, if they dropped me right on the drop zone, I would have entered right into the ship. Oh my God. They threw me outside the wall.
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further thanks to you.
But I got way more kills than them, so they can go fuck themselves. 567 kills. So, take care. They kicked me. They kicked me, but I don't care. I don't think they got what I was doing. and then their towers were in the way.
Murdering
I don't know
people?
why they rely on Tesla towers so much. Like, they aren't
Are you
really...
playing Red Alert? What do you mean Tesla towers?
They use Tesla towers. They're like electrical spires.
Oh, I know. I played Red Alert.
They're stupid.
They electrocute people.
Yeah.
Nikola
Yeah,
Tesla.
they sometimes think it's good for enemies, but I don't know. I don't think they're so great on defense. I think they're kind of greedy on
Allied
defense.
destroyer coordinates
If they're
received.
like, I don't know. I get it that they work,
Allied
but they're also
destroyer
dumb.
has joined squadron.
We need more people than just 2.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Whew. So far, the best theories seem to be...
Orbit synchronized.
It always comes down to we have to think beyond our capacity of our current physics and science. So there's just not, we don't have it. We're nowhere near.
Well, yeah, but that's like any other technological advancement is we didn't have before because we didn't understand the science behind it and didn't have the physical means to actually make it, even if we did. That's the difference between theoretical and practical physics and science. It's like in the 20s and 30s, they were like Einstein and Fermi and all this were like, hey, like nuclear stuff, and there's things smaller than
Engaging orbital thrusters.
what you can pick up, subatomic particles and all that shit. And then they kept doing math and doing experiments, and they're like, hey, we
Orbit synchronized.
figured out nuclear energy. Look at that.
Living planets. What?
Explain.
Beyond terraforming, seed a gas giant with engineered extremophiles that photosynthesize in high pressure. Over centuries, microbes generate a breathable atmosphere on floating sky islands. Speculation, emergent life supporting ecosystems that begin to self-regulate planet as a single superorganism. Is that kind of like connecting to the self-evolving biospheres that we seed planets? What if we've been seeded? Like, it
No,
isn't... No?
It's different. You're talking about different things now.
Oh, okay. But it's still an idea
I
that
assume
we
what you
could
were
seed?
reading is like putting like extremophiles are like bacteria, like we see in like sub-oceanic volcanoes and stuff.
Oh, okay.
They're called extremophiles because they survive in extreme environments.
Okay.
Like extremely high water pressure, no sunlight, high temperatures, toxic chemicals like sulfur dioxide and stuff like that. But the fact that we see them exist on Earth and kind of thrive in environments like that, scientists are like, well, why can't we
Toss them into space and create
take
environments.
that idea and, hey, Venus, you're covered with this moss that totally likes your environment and is going to kind of like how plants turn carbon monoxide and dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis. We could engineer bacteria and like moss and mold to do that on planets that don't have livable environments. It would just take a really long time. But yeah, putting plants on Venus, or bacteria on Venus, to turn it into some sulfuric hellhole into a livable environment has been an idea.
But we haven't done it yet.
You were talking. Well, we don't really have the physical capacity to do that. We're getting there.
Yeah.
You were talking about a gas giant, which is like a more fantastical idea, but the same kind of, there's a parallel where, yeah, we take the same idea of taking simple organisms like bacteria and fungus and moss, either
We throw it onto some other planet.
manipulate it or engineer it to thrive in the environment where we're bringing it, throw it all over the damn place, and kind of just let biology do its job, and they will, yeah, you could have like floating islands of moss that maybe the bottom of it solidifies into some kind of natural concrete, and the top of it consumes the local atmosphere and turns into a nitrogen oxygen mix that we can breathe. And suddenly you literally have like floating cities.
Oh my god.
Or floating islands, as you put it.
Yeah.
And it would just depend on the engineering of the microbes, which potentially we could just manipulate to do whatever we wanted. It would be limited by what the actual chemical environment, so like the atmospheric composition on the planet, like Jupiter or Saturn or whatever, and the like dynamic atmospheric pressure, which would support the like floating island or whatever we wanted to put there. Castles in the sky, man.
Yes,
but that's I think that's probably my favorite thing about science fiction is taking a crazy idea like that and explaining it with rational science and be like, given enough technology, you could do something like that.
We could make castles in the sky.
You could make floating islands in a gas giant where people could be walking around without a spacesuit and be like, yep, this is where we live.
And they could do it for resources too. Totally sounds.
Oh yeah, the bottom could be the top of like an industrial structure that has things that descend deeper into the gas giant that do things like generate energy or mine gases that are used in like industrial production. So it's kind of like a sustainable society that way.
Oh shit.
Like the Cloud City in Empire Strikes Back. Orlando is like a total asshole to Han and Leia for a bit. They'd say it's a Tabana or whatever. It's like a made-up. That's what they'd name the gas that they're mining for blasters and stuff. Tabana gas. But it's basically like a mine, but they're mining the gas in the atmosphere.
Oh.
So that could be like an industrial reason to go there and do that.
Calling down a sentry.
That'd also be a way to not just set up a biome, but also to put resources we might want or need while we're in space on certain places. Wouldn't it be? Not just to create the environment, but also to have resources we need over there if we sent specific things?
Well, realistically, the only reason we expand is because we either need more space, like to physically live, because we don't want to be living like sardines, or we want the things that are there, so resources, or it's like a mix of both, or like we just want to like, hey, this is a scenic area.
This would be beautiful. It's got a great view of this constellation or something.
Yeah.
And
or hey, it's magnetically shielded, but it's near a neutron star.
And so we love to do the neutron dance. Wait.
Yep. And it's like, well, don't leave the habitat because you'll be killed by lethal radiation. Like, oh, okay, thanks.
Well, worth it, you know? Worth it.
Fire in the hole.
It's alright then. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of... I mentioned that, and I think of, well, we have fireworks, which is literally just explosives used for entertainment. And yeah, there could be mishaps that end up injuring people, but it's so infrequent that we're like, yeah, fireworks are awesome.
Well, fireworks.
So
wait, I missed something about fireworks. What about fireworks?
Fireworks are literally just explosives that we use for
fun,
for entertainment. So in a reasonably advanced society, we could be like manipulating neutron stars just to be like, hey, go check that out. It's a scenic visit.
Oh, so yeah, for tourism and money, and tourism and money.
It doesn't. Okay, so forget the money part. You're being cynical again. It's just something that's cool that we want to see. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but quit being cynical again.
Not cynical, practical.
Post scarcity, we don't care about money.
Well, okay.
It's just something that we do because we have the physical capacity and will to do so.
Yeah.
We have no other driving force except for we want to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not we want to because we gotta charge people $1 million to come here. Fuck those people. No, not that. Nope.
Okay. Well, we're still in the sending people just into the atmosphere that are rich stage, so we got a long way to go.
Requesting sentry.
Yeah, that's why I like science fiction that's in the far future, because we've kind of
Yeah.
left all that behind us. Asterisks.
Right?
All the pettinesses that are in the distant past.
How will we resolve?
Kind of like how, like, current day, we still have, like, religious intolerance, but we're not doing crusades.
Are we? Debatable.
Not literal crusades. Like,
Yeah, I know. There's
but
no.
we're not literally, like, running around chopping people's heads off with swords and shit.
There's machetes and stuff happening. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like, we're not, in, like, armor and going after a cup or anything. Yeah. I don't know
that part of the world's still, like, a hot spot, but it's not like the fucking Black Templars and shit.
Yeah.
Destroyer leaving squadron.
Sending out an SOS.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
And maybe it'll come full circle and full circle.
We'll have
spaceships, but we'll also have medieval knights in armor and swords running around, jumping out of spaceships.
That'd be pretty great. Exactly. In the name of the sun god, Ra. We'll go back to Ra.
Lion 5000.
Maybe we will just repeat history, but in space. And we'll just do what we did in...
A lot of science fiction assumes we will, but, like...
Why wouldn't we? We repeat history all the time.
Well, yeah, but it's not like we go back in time again. It's more like that kind of analogy just happens in space.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's World War II in space, but we're not using, like, gas-powered machine guns and landing craft in the ocean. We're using, like, dropships and laser guns and rail guns. So it's just a futuristic analogy to stuff that's already happened. That's like 90% of science fiction is that.
Well, because it's
entertaining, but it's not very, like, enlightening or, like, advancing. It's like, oh, you took an existing idea and just put it in the future. Okay.
Well, it's just because we have repeated history so often. It does seem likely that unless there's a dramatic shift...
Likely, it's just easy. It's easy writing.
You think it's just writing? But history repeats already on Earth. Why? So you're not just talking... Okay, so science fiction, we're going to progress so much. We're going to progress so much in our nature that we're going to go beyond everything that we're never going to make...
technologically way faster than we will socially.
Exactly.
Which is why history's going to happen again. Okay. Just with futuristic shit.
Okay,
Is there going to be a space Chernobyl with some kind of bizarre futuristic technology? Probably, because humans are stupid and arrogant. They're like, yeah, we don't need those safety protocols and fuck all that shit. It's only 3.5 blocks.
Exactly. We'll go oops a couple times, I think. There's going to be a few oopsies. I mean, it just seems inevitable. Because we can't learn if we don't have a few oopsies.
I mean, we have oopsies and we still don't learn.
I know.
Because that human arrogance thing. Yeah, that won't happen to us. Or that won't happen again.
Yeah, we're not...
so infinitesimal. It's not...
We're different now. We're more advanced.
Oh, fuck, it happened again. Yeah. So... Could, probably, maybe. Just gotta make sure we... Even if it's slowly, learn from it. And keep advancing.
When you say keep advancing, I imagine the military army slowly advancing.
Well, the army of knowledge against the enemy vagrants.
There you go. Okay, so cross-galaxy ecology check. Ecology checks. Have you heard of these? The word panspermia.
I mean, you can make shit up and say it, and like that doesn't mean I've heard of it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Interstellar panspermia risk. Every colony ship carries trillions of hardy microbes. After about 10,000 years, these microbes drift back via radiation pressure to new star systems. Gradual one-way ecological imperialism. Is preventing cross-contamination more important than expansion? So basically the fact that we could have shit contaminate other worlds and or ourselves is kind of. I
Sounds
guess
like-
that's what it means. Like, how are we going to
Sounds like
monitor
some
that?
kind of like 20-year-old environmentalist like research theorem.
Really?
Calling down a sentry.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but what about this?
Yeah, but what about this stuff? So
What was
just-
it? How do microorganisms left behind, radiation pressure pushing around?
Yeah, like, as in organisms.
Like radiation pressure implies that it's in space and it's like solar
Yeah,
wind pushing
yeah,
around. Solar
yeah,
wind's
like,
really,
what if
really
we've
slow,
done stuff?
and it doesn't go everywhere?
Calling down a sentry.
Well,
That'd be like
Requesting sentry.
dandelions getting blown around in the wind are not going to go all over the earth. They're going to like stop eventually, so to speak.
Squids.
So there's a
Yeah.
limit to that. If you're like deliberately spreading it around, then it's deliberate. What the fuck do you want me to say about that?
yeah, that's true. That's true. No, that's a good point. Although, if we're deliberately going across
we could use our powers
space,
for good or evil.
yeah,
Maybe
If we're
use
the-
maybe the like doesn't necessarily have to be bacteria, but it can be some sort of like biomechanical microorganism that maybe that's how subspace communication works, because we've seeded the galaxy with microorganic life that's somehow technological and can
oh my god, that's a
interact on, like,
good idea.
you know what I mean? It would
Yep.
it'd be like
Yep.
spray this mist into the air and suddenly you have better Wi-Fi. Like people would totally fucking do
That
it.
would be
Doesn't mean
great.
it's necessarily like damaging to the environment.
Down a support weapon.
It could be benign. That's kind of the good thing about space. It's kind of self-insulating because things are so far away and there's.
Oh, I
there's
wonder
not a lot
how
in there, so-
doctors would be in space. Wonder how that would be. I don't just
What?
mean in Star Trek. You know,
I wonder how
healthcare
that
in
would be.
space.
Doctors in space.
Healthcare in space. Healthcare in
I like to
space.
think it would be significantly as advanced as
Everything
propulsion
else.
and energy generation.
Requesting sentry.
Propulsion is one of the foundational technology and infrastructures for even having a galactic empire.
Yep. Thanks, chat.
Yeah. Well,
But medicine is kind of like part of the medical thing is we kind of have to figure out how we'll survive in space. So medicine kind of goes hand in hand with that. We'll know about the human body better because we'll need to. And at least as far as we've seen, it sort of follows along with like the study of smaller particles like atoms and electrons and stuff like that, like nuclear science, led us to nuclear medicine. Like, yeah, we were trying to blow each other up with nuclear weapons first, but we have medical isotopes because of that.
see?
That's where my father used to work when before he retired.
Oh.
Chalk River was like one of the leading reactors that made medical isotopes. It was strontium-90, among other things.
Calling down a sentry.
But it was, you know,
Throwing grenade.
isotopes used for,
Now we isotopes
Shuttle launch.
aren't isotopes important part of like ecosystems down here? I don't know.
an isotope just means it's a chemical element with slightly modified numbers of protons and electrons in
A
it.
long climb to liberty.
We already talked about communications in the previous episodes about quantum entanglement mesh and laser relays. We've talked about compact fusion reactors, Dyson swarms around home stars, rotating stations, generation ships. Those were all in previous episodes.
Some of those, yeah. Some of that's pretty low tech compared to galactic civilization.
Yeah.
Like a rotating space station is kind of like talking about a raft made of wooden logs tied together with ropes compared to international aircraft. Technology has vastly superseded that. They're both means of transport. Yep.
Oh, hey, Bruce.
And yeah, you could still make a raft if you wanted to, but you wouldn't circumnavigate the globe with that. You'd probably want to get on an airplane, maybe.
Yeah. Bruce says, let's go. It's Brad time, says Bruce. Hope you had a good day at school today. And Sigmund said hi, awesome. Bruce. Yeah. Yeah, stay in school. So you don't be stupid like me. There's like, from what I was seeing here, oh, the Will of Serenity, what a great name. So like I asked it for steps of how to get there to Galactic. It was like secure Stellar's foothold, but like we already talked about that. Expand regionally, we talked about that. Political consolidation, you don't want to talk about that, but it did mention the word Prime Directive, which made me think of Star Trek. Then interstellar infrastructure, wormhole gates or stable Alcubierre corridors. Research exotic matter generation? Why? Diagnostic satellites to monitor throat stability. There's that throat stuff. That has to do with wormholes, right? Is that what they call part of the wormhole? Throat? Wow. I never knew that word had anything to do with wormholes. Seems weird, but I guess because you go through it...
Well, the black hole is a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's a circle, like a hot tub that you jump into. It's literally like a sphere of space-time.
Every sector in the galaxy must be...
But if black holes are connected to like an exit point, or a white hole, and you stabilize that passage with negative energy, you create a wormhole, or a traversable wormhole, because you're actually able to traverse that space and time and go through it. But because it's kind of like a tube, they refer to it as a throat, the wormhole's throat.
Allied destroyer coordinates.
There you go. The more you know. So I was like, I had never heard the word throat used before with these until reading this. I never knew that wormholes had throats. But then I do remember the image of it being folded in half. But again, it still didn't...
Like the kind of... It's like a trope image of take a piece of paper and kind of fold it over itself and punch a pencil through it. It's hard to visualize that in a 3D space, but that's pretty much what is inferred to as happening.
Okay.
Where you fold space. That's why a lot of kind of fantastical engines are talk about space folding or a warp drive, because you're warping space by folding it.
It also, in this interstellar infrastructure, automated cargo runners, you talked about that in previous episodes. So managing fuel and supplies, although it says AI captains managing it, I don't know. Nano refinery caches every few light years.
It would only make sense to automate simple technology, just how we have currently a lot of factories where, like assembly plants.
Oh, that's
like assembly lines and manufacturing is highly automated because it's very systematic, repetitive processes that can be easily interpreted and predicted. So getting a computer to kind of manage that makes a lot of sense.
Makes more sense. Especially so that a human doesn't have to stay there.
Well, a human would oversee to make sure the computer's not making mistakes. Or that, because I've worked in assembly plants in lines like that. A lot of it is... Okay, get the computers to figure all this out, and the human's just there to make sure, that thing didn't fall over and jam the machine.
Yep.
Or there's something that the computer didn't predict, and a human has to deal with it, which is kind of like why we still have pilots in airplanes. We've known for decades that an autopilot can safely take off and fly and land a plane without any human interaction.
North, 200 meters.
But humans would not feel very comfortable getting in a plane that doesn't have someone behind the seat.
Even if they're not really flying it? Oh my god.
Well, put it this way. I think it was Top Gear that talked about this. Like old classic Top Gear before Jeremy Clarkson got fired by punching people.
Now, but now he does it on Grand whatever on Prime.
But it's on Amazon. It's made for Americans. It's fucking terrible. Anyway,
yeah, it's not the same. You're right. I used to watch that show. I can't believe you watched it.
They talked about how no one would, like, you wouldn't get in a plane that didn't have a pilot in it. even though if 50% of all crashes are due to pilot error, if you took the pilot out, you would have the number of airplane crashes. Statistically speaking, if humans are at fault of half the plane crashes, take the human out, suddenly half the plane crashes don't happen, right? Like that mathematically makes sense. But would you get in a plane that has no pilot?
Probably not. Probably not. Because humans are scared.
If humans use autocorrect, why won't you use autopilot?
Autocorrect sucks.
That's
Autocorrect is horrible.
Autocorrect doesn't know what it's doing.
Autocorrect is like, do you mean to say this word? No.
There's too many variables that it can't accurately predict, which is why we don't rely on autopilot, and we still have pilots.
Yeah, because autocorrect has got to be the worst thing ever. It'll be like, do you mean this word? No. That's not at all. That's nowhere near
sure?
the word.
You've typed that word several times in the past. You must.
And it's like, no, I've never typed that word ever. What are you doing? What are you doing, autocorrect? I'm just saying. Autocorrect is deeply flawed, and it's gotten worse with time. When it first came out, it wasn't so bad.
Wait.
Well, that still has time to get worse. Oh, Bruce said, no, because a pilot can also help. I trust the pilots more. Yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, well, no, but that was like the thought experiment, where it was like, well, if pilots are at fault for not like an overwhelming, but like at least half, statistically speaking, plane crashes would happen less often if there was no pilots. But I agree, I would much rather have someone at least there to take over. I was interested in a career in air crash investigating, so I do watch a lot of like Mayday and other like investigations on industrial accidents and things like that to basically figure out what kind of bizarre scenario or alignment of extremely rare circumstances allowed this kind of weird event to happen that unfortunately, caused an accident or like a lot of people lost their lives and things like that. And a lot of it is extremely peculiar situations mixed with a little bit of human arrogance.
Human
or
arrogance.
Misunderstanding. Sometimes it's just misunderstanding.
Or tired. People are tired.
There's a lot of different things, but like several of those are like the human factor. We just still want to fly a plane without a human pilot? Man, we're not there yet.
No. I mean, they're using cars without drivers now, aren't they?
But they're not flawless. Just like there's factories that have robots running the show for the most part, but there's still human engineers making sure that the robots aren't making mistakes, or there's not like a flaw in the programming that crashes into stuff. There's also malice. I work with, human malice. I work with one of the electricians that I work with has significant experience in automated factories. He's flown all over the world to deal with programming, like factories that run semi-autonomously. So these are machines programmed to basically run by themselves and have limited human interaction. It's not a human pressing buttons, there's a human just making sure they're not fucking blowing the place up by hitting stuff by accident. But part of that was people losing their jobs to these machines. And there was a place where someone left a USB drive plugged into some sort of equipment that was, it was like once a week shutting the system down or cutting off power to like the entire facility. So the company that hired him was like, can you go in here and figure out what the fuck is going on? We're losing massive amounts of productivity and revenue because of this weird glitch that we can't figure out. And it was
just human.
It was someone that was like, fuck this place, they took my jobs, and they wrote malicious code into a flash drive that was plugged into equipment that controlled serious parts of the operation.
Found something.
So even if you have a near perfect system that will run without human interaction, you could still have humans that are like, fuck that, I'm gonna fuck it up.
Yep.
Bruce... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. As you said.
Well, I was just going to say, the human kind of drive to do that is either they're not happy with the machines taking over their employment,
jobs,
which means a loss of income, or they could like not even be negatively affected by it and just not agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with robot factories. What about my friends that might lose their jobs, or the next generation of people that might not have jobs because robots are taking over? Fuck that, I'm going to burn the place down.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally a thing that's happening right now.
Oh, yeah. So, Bruce said, yeah, the self-driving cars get into a lot of crashes in my area. I don't trust them at all. Really?
I would agree with that, even though
I've never been in one, but I've seen, like, people... Oh, why did I throw that there? There's nothing there.
Right.
And Bricks
I'll be
assumes
right back,
okay.
but I do want to talk about that.
Okay. He's going to take a break. Sounds good. Maybe he'll come back, like, caffeinated. You know? Maybe the energy will pick up, like, because I don't have the energy today. I'm kind of like this. Okay, so we're talking imaginatively about Galactic Empires, and I like ChatGPT right now because it's helping me with some interesting things. So while he's gone, I'm gonna read to you guys some of the great stuff I found. You guys could no, not you, ChatGPT. No. Okay, we're gonna read. I think it's due to the fact that I'm in a rural area, but it could be something else. It could be anything. So, guys, while he's gone, hopefully he'll actually like contribute even more. Like you guys come up with some questions about Galactic Empires or keep on the subject or whatever. But I'm gonna regale you guys with some ChatGPT haikus about this subject that we were on, Galactic Empires. So hold, please. I gotta make it to extract too. Okay. Whispers in the dark. You're not back yet. 1,000 worlds lie waiting. Who will rule the stars? And then here. Time bends.
I just muted my mic. I heard what you
Stars go cold. Ships drift in silent empires. Who remembers Earth? Who remembers Earth? Because if you think about it, if we've gone far away from it, you know, we could forget Earth. We could forget it. We could.
Terran expatriates in space.
We could. Yeah, we could forget all about Earth. Maybe on purpose.
We mentioned that, though.
I know. This is haiku. This is haiku.
Yeah,
Give me a...
Okay. I'm enduring the ChatGPT haiku.
Of dust and ice, built on planets none recall. Power in the void. Why? What's the power? I don't understand that one. Anyway, okay.
Dark energy. Woo.
Ooh, there you go. See? One voice in the dark echoes through the nebula. Was it ever ours? Okay, next. Okay.
If a voice shouts in a nebula and no one's around to hear it, is it actually there? Whoa. ChatGPT, you're so deep.
It is. Wormholes bloom like scars. Maps fade where empires once rose. Still, we reach again. You're welcome.
Ooh, that made me think of something. There's an idea.
Okay, oh please. See, I told you, chat.
Well, I don't want to get... I know
please?
This is asking something, but say we've, far in the future, thousands of years from now, we figured out how to make wormholes or project wormholes to get our own quick interstellar travel and intergalactic society and stuff like that. But they leave, like gravity scars across the space. We're bending space-time, and it's kind of fucking up the nature of the universe. That could be a thing.
Right?
Kind of like, yeah, we can make 8-lane highways wherever we want on Earth, but it's kind of fucking up the biosphere by doing so. Or even, like, cities have suffered negatively. Like, oh yeah, we're just going to build a highway right through your neighborhood. It's like, well, the neighborhood doesn't really like that.
Right?
So that we could be doing that with
space travel
and time itself.
Especially time. Especially if we're working with time dilation.
I don't think time dilation will matter so much because the travel is more instantaneous. Because you're folding space, so you're not traveling far at all.
Oh, I've also taught my ChatGPT to sound more like Brad, apparently. So I had to tell it I am not Brad, just so it'd stop. But I need to read this for Brad. Just some of it, okay? Some of it sounds.
I did say it was insulting.
It is insulting. It's terrible. It's not supposed to be done. But
Hey, take a photocopy of me, and it's the real thing.
it's not. It's not you. It could never be you, Brad. Don't worry.
It's what was it? It was anyone can talk to ChatGPT and kind of get it to learn about George Carlin and Mitch Hedberg and be sarcastic and cynical. It's like
Brad GPT.
That's like 90% of the way there.
People do want a Brad GPT, though. I think. I don't know. We'll put that into the universe to have a Brad GPT.
Maybe sprinkle a little bit of Encyclopedia Britannica in there. There you go.
ChatGPT is replacing Brad. No, it can never. Don't worry. Brad is irreplaceable. All right, travelers, buckle in. Today, he wouldn't say that. Today we're cracking open the big one, space colonization and galactic empires. That's right. We're diving straight into the cosmic deep end where sci-fi meets science, ambition meets absolute insanity. I mean, what could possibly go wrong when humans try to run an empire across a few 100 billion stars? Actually, you're more positive than that, so it didn't get you right at all. We're talking about FTL travel, planets we probably shouldn't touch. See, this isn't you at all, because this was like more negative, like me. AI governments that might be smarter than us, and what it actually takes to build a civilization in a place where time, space, and even causality, I'm gonna have a stroke, might disagree with you on a regular basis. This is the kind of episode where Star Wars, The Expanse, Dune, and real astrophysics all pull up a seat at the same table and probably argue about governance styles. So whether, that part. So whether you're Team Benevolent Federation or Space Fascism but with cool uniform, this one's for you. Wait. Yeah. This one's for you.
One part where sci-fi meets science, the sci part of sci-fi literally means science. So AI has some you got some learning to do there, chat.
Yeah, I know. It's this one to get you.
Pull up the table thing. The science fiction Knights of the Round Table.
Yeah.
Either Happy-Go-Lucky Federation or Space Nazis.
No, oh god, Nazis in space. Anyway, no empire survives without asking at least one terrifying existential question. Let's build a galactic empire. Hypothetically, of course, for now. And I said, I am not Brad. Please use the style of me. Mine is dumb, but I think I made it describe you a couple times. Hold on.
I mean, that sounded very much like.
Kind of not
hey,
really.
ChatGPT, can you write like a YouTuber intro?
Yeah, well, isn't that great? That's how they make the money. I gotta do YouTuber intros. But they do mention coffee in a few of these. Like, coffee.
Write our own things.
I would like that, but Mr., show up after 7 o'clock. We should be writing scripts for this. We should be writing scripts.
No, I don't want to script this. This is better unscripted.
No, not when I'm sitting in the awkward.
Like, disgusting, here's a robot voice by fucking AI, instant click off. Go the fuck away. Get out. Nope. Block channel, unsubscribe.
Wait, no. Subscribe, people. Don't block the channel. Subscribe. Jeez, guys. He's
like,
telling
hey,
everybody.
I just want to
We
watch
need the
YouTube
TikTok
videos
AI
about
voice
today.
for this. Don't do it, Brad. Okay.
Allied destroyer has
Wait,
left
what?
Squadron.
Okay. Question on. Okay. There's some questions.
Yep.
Not from the chat, though.
Oh. I thought there was some questions earlier.
I'm waiting for chat questions. They're not giving it.
Chat questions.
Bruce is here. He's not giving me any. Bruce, give me a question.
The haiku bullshit.
No, except how's your stream today? How's it? He's got
AI
it.
infested.
I gotta trust Brad. That's it. That was it. That's all we had. Does anybody have questions? Because I'd like somebody to take up the mantle and ask some questions to Brad.
Like highly advanced civilizations. Imagine thousands of years from now when we colonize the galaxy and we're all over the place.
Imagine if you can.
With different cultures and stuff.
Imagine if you can.
Imagine if you will.
There you go. That's better. That was better. Imagine if you will. Nobody's imagining. Everybody's scared to type. They aren't typing shit.
Allied destroyer.
Bruce, I know you can freaking type. Like I know people can type things and stuff.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
That's fine. I'll wait.
I think part of the interesting, like, thought experiment is that Earth is kind of a small finite place, and we've only been around, for a couple thousand years as like city building cultures and stuff like that. I think we figured out agriculture like 8,000 years ago.
Yeah, not that long ago.
We still haven't evolved to figure out dairy yet. That kind of like. Oh yeah, you're right.
I'll ask that Bruce after.
But we still have so many diverse, like, art forms and cuisine, language.
Imagine when we could have when we forgot space cuisine and space art.
Well, yeah, and like so fold into that. Hey, you can genetically manipulate yourself to survive on different planets, or adapt other life forms to be like, hey, I want to be part cheetah or be like a dolphin so I can swim around on planets and stuff like that.
Oh, there's something called a space whale too. There could end up being space whales in space, guys.
That's like a hypothetical.
Oh,
life
that was
form
gross. Yeah, well, why not? That'd be great.
Well, it's like, okay. Any more tropes?
Yeah, there's lots of tropes. Anyway, Bruce said, would we go towards
alien women that Shatner wants to bang?
Oh, I know. You guys would fuck everything in space. We already know. Bruce said, would we go towards authoritarianism or democracy or some other type of system in the future? Bruce, I tried to talk to him about politics. He likes to think there'll be no politics. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't like to imagine. He thinks, I don't know.
No, because he keeps talking about the ethics of should we colonize space. It's like, that's kind of ruining the point of talking about space exploration.
But it's a part of it. It's a part of fantasy. It's a part of reality. It's a part of reality.
Okay.
Would we have to go authoritarian?
So say you want to be super environmentalist and not fucking spoil anything and just stay on Earth, then what's the point of discussing intergalactic civilization?
We're talking about would we have like an empire that is authoritarianism to keep everybody in check, or would we not?
That's what he asked. And you went, well, we don't want to talk about politics because blah, blah, blah.
Well, then answer the question.
It's not the same shit. It's not even remotely the same shit.
Well, then answer the fucking question, damn it.
Then it'll be both. Like on Earth right now, there's democracies and authoritarian governments.
Oh my god, fascism in space.
You're playing Helldivers as fascism in space. It literally is.
I know it is. Exactly. See, it's an example of it.
It'll be a bit of both at the same time. There might be some dominant government that's more one than the other. Kind of like...
We're not arguing, we're just passionate.
Fuck that conservative government, or fuck you, liberal government. Like, that happens right now every 4 fucking years.
Exactly, so why wouldn't it happen in space?
So it'll totally happen in space.
Okay, then.
Or there might be significant, like, physical separation, because space is a big fucking place.
And we'll
it's just... like, hey, like, you hippie liberals, you go way over there, and you, like, space Nazis, you go way over there.
I'd love that.
They'll just stay thousands of light years apart, and fucking don't interact with each other if you're so angry about it.
Yeah, that'd be fucking great. I'd love that. I'd love that.
But there'll probably be people that are like, you know what, fuck those just fucking space hippies and fuck those space Nazis, and then be fucking shit up, making us fight.
Okay, it's
kind of like current Earth.
Exactly. Stinger says, I wish I could add more, but I'm not clued up on space apart from the basics. Yeah, but this is fantasy right now, sci-fi fantasy. So you can think of anything.
Take an idea that's kind of either existed historically or happening now on Earth, and just kind of throw it into the future.
Yeah, like this isn't real science. I mean, if Brad can connect it to real science, he will. But like this is so far in the future that most of the stuff needed to even make it happen doesn't exist yet.
But it's based on theoretical science. That's what I like about. That's the difference between hard science fiction and fantastical science fiction.
Explain.
hard sci-fi by definition is like there's a scientific basis for the things we're talking about, even though we obviously don't know how to build these things, but it kind of makes sense from a scientific perspective, or there's significant theoretical progress towards that subject, like wormholes. Math says that wormholes will work if we can get that kind of matter to actually be real. So yeah, there's some imagination and fantastical parts, but there's also some serious math that's like, no, the math says it's possible.
I like
fantastical sci-fi is just like, hey, just shut up, just believe in it. The Force and stuff in hyperspace. Mm-hmm. That's why, like Star Trek and the whole warp drive, like that has scientific basis. That might be a thing in the future.
I'd love it if it was a thing.
Midichlorians? Maybe.
What's that?
They're apparently what gives people the Force in Star Wars. It's like, okay. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe that's related to the made-up bacterial shit that we're talking about earlier about like seeding planets and turning them into life, like habitable. Maybe in the future we'll genetically engineer midichlorians and give people the Force. Who the fuck knows? It's science fiction. Think about some crazy shit and kind of make up some science to make it plausible. Boom. That's science fiction. There you go.
Yeah, and science fiction has come true. People have used science fiction and it's inspired them to strive toward making it reality.
I feel like it's an interesting cycle where we think about things that could be real, and then because those stories exist, we're like, yeah, we totally want that in real life, and we do it.
Yep. Unfortunately, sometimes. But yes.
Like we haven't traveled to the center of the Earth, well, we've gone into space and made robots.
Oh my god, but if you want to read a good old... I mean, I haven't read it in a while, but I remember reading A Journey to the Center of the Earth by Jules Verne and really loving that book. It was such a good book. I read it when I was, like, really young, but I really fucking loved it. I know there was, dinosaurs in the beginning. I don't know. There was something down there.
Part of that was, I think it was written before we knew significant amounts about, like, Earth's geology. So now it's kind of like, neat. You probably can't. Oh, no, I know. I'm not saying it's not neat, but, like, as science advances, things become less plausible or likely, and other doors are open where it's like, we could do other crazy things instead. Mm-hmm. Like,
yeah, I mean, obviously we know...
into robots. Jules Verne didn't really anticipate that, I don't think.
No, he was more like...
Yeah,
we didn't diminish Jules Verne. Like, geez,
I know you
man.
were going there, but it's
20,000 Leagues into the Sea, just shit on that too, eh? Okay, we're getting spicy.
How far is the league again?
How many fathoms is the league? I don't know. How many fathoms is the league? Tell me.
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Science Guy. Oh, Mr. Science Guy, not so sciencey now. Doesn't know what.
Sorry, I use current units of measurement, not stuff from.
Well, what is in it?
The old times.
Well, Bruce, you're smart. How many something's in a league? What's 20,000 leagues?
ChatGPT to look it up. ChatGPT will know
that
shit.
I'm not touching it. You're so sad about ChatGPT. Sad GPT. Sad GPT. Sorry.
Just lame regurgitated bullshit. Here's a search engine.
Well, that's the internet now. Welcome to the internet now.
That, like, excusing bullshit doesn't make it any better. Just
well, if I didn't excuse bullshit, I wouldn't know anybody and
Jerry Springer's not entertainment just because you can't find something else to watch.
He's dead now. Have some respect for the man.
I mean, everybody in the past that was alive is dead now.
And other deep thoughts. Other deep thoughts. See,
don't talk about anybody that's passed away before. Like, man, show some respect.
Yeah. Let's say, I think he regretted his whole Jerry Springer thing. Kinda.
I don't know, people were chanting his name. He was famous.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he liked it. He was making money. He was making money, but yeah. Do we have questions? Besides
questions of the audience.
Calling in reinforcements. Squids.
Ooh, I like that.
Objective completed.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
I can't read it though. It's ChatGPT. See, you guys are. I want to kind of rely on ChatGPT if I don't have any questions, because I don't know what else to ask the man except what would you want to do if you had a galactic empire? Like what would you want it to look like? What would you hope for? Or do you not want to limit yourself?
I wouldn't want a galactic empire. I would want a galactic society.
Galactic society? So you wouldn't want to be a part of the empire, but a society? We live in a society, a galactic society? Is that where we're going with this?
Calm down. You didn't let me answer the question or not.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's not like this kind of overarching, domineering imperial society that controls the entire galaxy. It's just a lot of different societies that have inhabited the entire galaxy through technological progress and exploration.
So you want one that's already done? Made? Wait, what?
No, I don't know how that confused you.
I got confused because I'm also killing Illuminate. So, repeat. Look, it pulls the people in. They're like, oh, that's Helldivers. I partially got it.
Okay.
What would you do then if we came across a galactic empire that belonged to aliens? That was abandoned.
Abandoned? We'd kind of take it over. We'd be like, hey, look at this cool shit we found.
Would?
It's ours now. That's kind of what we do, even if they're not dead yet.
Right, exactly. So,
how would you feel about that? Get the fuck out of the way. Boom. How would I feel about it?
Yeah. How would that make you feel inside? How would you feel inside?
If it was abandoned, I would not care, because it's not like we're doing anything negatively to them.
Would you wonder why they went and what made them disappear? And what if I wonder where they went? You know, it's like finding the ruins of something, like some disaster that might have happened to them that made them have to abandon.
We still don't know why things like Stonehenge were built. We can guess. Oh, maybe it was like some kind of calendar or some sort of
relocated
ceremonial.
What was just an art exhibit? What was it? What if it was an art exhibit?
This random shit.
Could have been an art exhibit. Could have been not as like deep as we think. Could have been just an art exhibit. Somebody loved somebody a lot. It's like, I'm putting all these rocks here for you.
Yeah, Stonehenge was a Valentine's card.
It was. What if it was? We don't know. I mean, look at that guy who made Taj Mahal, right? Weirder things have been done.
I think like literally thousands of years passed in between the two, so there's like a little...
Oh, Bruce has a what if. Bruce has a what if. Okay, give us a what if. Please Bruce.
Save us.
Well, Bruce is happy because he got us fighting, but I'm glad he did because I like feisty Brad. And besides, Marner checked me
Is that when you bring up stupid shit deliberately?
Yes. I always liked Ranty Brad. We're waiting for his what if. I've always enjoyed Ranty Brad. Ranty Brad is the passionate Brad who gets like, you know.
I mean, I guess it's irrelevant that I talk about something I'm interested in for 2 hours. It's when I argue against the stupidity of ChatGPT's regurgitation. This is when it's like, yeah.
It's not just regurgitation, it's helping me because honestly, it's helping me.
Use the search engine and read a paper that was written by a real person.
Okay,
and
well
then
fucking pay me to do this because I ain't getting paid yet to do all that kind of work for this, okay? I need more help. I need a study
That's
date.
That's a lame cop-out answer.
It's not a cop-out answer. Fucking, I don't get time.
If you can type bullshit into ChatGPT and wait for a shitty response, you can Google
my iMac is far too slow. What if Stanley Kubrick actually helped fake the moon landings? What if we never went to the moon? How far behind would technology be? That's stupid. What if?
Technology is literally the same. It doesn't really...
Oh, okay.
Would it matter? Like, we totally fucking did. But would it matter? Like, we still have self-driving cars and the fucking internet.
Yeah. Yeah, so if it didn't happen, we're
exactly
where we were.
It's just like, hey, Soviet Union, waste a lot of money trying to go to the moon. Haha, we won the Cold War because we're broke.
Yeah, basically.
Other than that, what's the fucking difference? We totally went to the fucking moon.
Yeah, that's true. He's like, hey, I tried. Hey, Red Dog, do you have anything to offer on Galactic Empires? You know? Any thoughts? Anybody have any inspirations from movies and stuff? There's so many good movies and books and TV series, but nobody wants to talk about video games.
Galactic Society in the far future.
Found something.
Go.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't have a lot to offer
Sky
on
is
it.
kind of like that. No Man's Sky touches on that because there's a lot of. There was, I think they were called portals in the game, but they're basically stargates that you would find on planets and they would connect them. It's like, holy shit! There was some complicated code to actually open it. So they were like stargates. Yep.
I like that
so
idea.
Implies there was some previous civilization, and the whole lore of the game is
would set it up.
Some like artificial.
So we'd almost rely. That's another trope. Is to rely on another civilization to set it up for us, so that we don't have to figure it out.
There's a huge amount of tropes that are like that, and it's kind of boring. It's like, oh, we just found what they built, and either their society collapsed and we just kind of inherited the leftovers, or we fought them and took it over, or whatever the fuck else, but someone else did it for us.
But it's a great way to get it done. Let's admit
it's
it.
more like a plot device so that they don't have to explain how we invented it. It's just like, just say it just happened. There you go.
There you go. Red Dog, help a brother out. I'm almost tapping out. Oh. Well, you know.
I mean, it's 10:30, so...
Yeah, we can tap out. My thoughts is... Okay, Red Dog says... My thoughts is that any empire is probably restricted to single solar systems. Distance between systems is just too great to travel through. Yeah, but how will we get to that other system that's further away anyway, if we didn't have the ability to go beyond that solar system?
Well, that's the, like, imagine we're able to figure out significantly advanced intergalactic travel. So the whole, like, well, we can't kind of domineer over several solar systems. No, we totally can.
Yeah, see?
We're thinking, like, we're kind of hypothesizing, kind of like Star Wars are equally advanced. We're all over the place. We're in thousands, if not millions, of systems.
We're everywhere. We're just splitting it up all over the universe.
300 meters.
Right? Is that a good way to put it? No? Anyway, Brad, good question.
Yeah, you're on your own with that one.
Red Dog said we may be able to communicate, but we won't make the trip. We are made of matter and too fragile.
People probably said that about Christopher Columbus. Oh, you're gonna fly off the edge of the earth, you can't go over there, what are you doing? Guess what? They were totally fucking wrong and we did it.
Requesting sentry.
That's a good point. Yeah, he hasn't liked the no tonight. But we did talk about being like our mind transfers.
Sail off the edge. No.
We did discuss it earlier in the podcast about the idea of being like, you know, our uploaded consciousness and yada yada yada. So like we did look at other ways that we might get there. Without
if you didn't need to physically travel, yeah. Or there was some sort of limitation that made physical travel very difficult. Mm-hmm. The idea that you could upload your mind and just copy your kind of brain into a computer and put it on a ship and then send it out, and you wouldn't have to deal with food or surviving radiation, and the ship could go as fast as it wants. You wouldn't have to worry about, you know, acceleration, turning your body to mush and all that stuff.
Yeah. Red Dog says we will be sending out. Yeah, there you go. We will be. I don't want immortal, Brad. We will be sending out AI over massive distances, but not people, says Red Dog.
Oh, probably.
Probably. First, maybe, but then maybe AI will have embryos with them and then have humans in other places. Embryos on ships seems to be a big trope, but also seems to be a plausibility of how we would do it, because eventually humans would definitely want to be able to go there. We'd be jealous. We'd want to be able to go somewhere else. Yeah. Well, Red Dog wasn't here for that, so we're going over a little bit of some of that again.
Okay, so why would it be embryos and not people like overseeing them and going with them?
Well, we could have people going with them as well, but like you said, with time, with the travel time, they won't live for all that.
It depends on how fast you're going.
Well, yeah. Now also depends on the technology.
We
knew the Earth was round by the time. Bruce says we knew the Earth was round by that point. By the time Columbus happened, okay, I didn't know, Bruce. Apparently we knew the Earth was round. Ships won't work. The distance is too far, says Red Dog. We're talking about way beyond. We already talked about, like, this is if we've overcome. Yeah, this is overcoming the things that were the issue, which would have been, let's say...
Put it this way. The space shuttle existed. We know it. It was real. But in the 1300s, do you think they imagined the space shuttle? Or were they like, that's fucking impossible, what are you talking about, you're crazy. Burn the witch.
North, 100 meters.
I think he wants
Now
to
think of that as like the current day where we're like, nah, it's not going to fucking happen. It's like, we don't know what happened because our brains haven't figured out science that might exist in 400 or 500 years or 4,000 or 5,000 years. Who knows?
Yeah, that's where we're at in this story.
So the idea is that this is kind of, it's not like an argument whether it's technologically possible. It probably will be if we make it that far.
Yeah, which is a very long time. Like, we've already admitted, we are a very far, long way. Like, we already know we have to go past the propulsion and energy requirements. FTL, we gotta go past travel times and communication. Like, we have to go over supply chains. We have to go over our governance. We have to go over sociocultural divergence. We gotta go over ethical and technological and external threats and economic. We gotta go through all that. We already know that.
It's either we've either overcome it, like we've encountered it and be like, holy shit, this is tough, and had a couple hundred years where it was fucking hard going and we figured it out, or we never encountered it, so we never had to deal with it. Or technology advanced to the point where we encountered it and we're like, fuck that, we can fix it immediately. Future tech, boom, we solved it. But from one way or the other, we've gotten to the point where we have an intergalactic society.
We live in a society
that flies all over the galaxy, thousands if not millions of planets, able to terraform pretty easily, building all sorts of crazy shit. I know Homeworld had... they didn't really have hyperspace in the sense that, like BattleTech or Star Wars, like any ship could just like, boop, I'm going to go over here and be over there instantly or very, very quickly. They had to physically fly to a portal that would take them somewhere.
Red Dog says
Stargates in space.
Yeah, Stargates in space would be really cool.
Homeworld has that as like a mechanism or a plot device for traveling throughout the galaxy.
There you go. Somebody already was here.
There was absolutely colossal structures. It wasn't just like a ring that you flew through, but it was almost like this colossal spaceport, like thousands of miles wide, which had either
Red Dog
like
says,
a doorway or a portal or something like that that you flew through.
Yeah, like we're talking like that kind of stuff, not like sticking straight to the right now science. We're going beyond, as if we've solved the ideas that we mentioned in previous episodes.
Mass Effect, Star Wars, Homeworld, that kind of far future-ish kind of technology.
Red Dog says there is no if, even if we could travel at the speed of light, which we can't, but even if we did, the speed of light is far too slow for humans. It would take millions of years to basically nowhere. That's if we don't already have figured out how to travel through black hole wormholes.
That's why we talked about
and
subspace,
teleportation.
hyperspace, wormholes.
Yeah.
Upload your mind to a spaceship so you're a digital consciousness that doesn't really give a shit about how long it takes you to get anywhere because you live forever. It was more than willing to skin a cat and just kind of conveniently avoid the whole light speed dilemma.
Yeah, there you go. The universe is crazy big, too big, ships won't work. Maybe we'll be data sentient beams of rays of light.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Or maybe when we were just cavemen walking around, the Earth was too big, and we'd never colonize the whole world. It's too big. What do you mean?
Now look at us. We're destroying all of it. Look at that. We could end up destroying universes, galaxies. Think big, Red Dog. Think not just ruining the Earth, but destroying vast universes and galaxies. Humans could do anything if we truly believe. Just saying.
Okay, space hippies.
Yeah. Killing space hippies? What? Wait, did he say killing space hippies or being space hippies?
I said, okay, space hippies.
Oh, okay, yeah. Probably. Space
Stop doing
hippies.
stuff. You're hurting the universe.
Yeah, the space hippies are gonna be there. I'm gonna. I can't be there, but somewhere, some space hippie will be there. There's got to be space hippies. You have to believe that there'll
Person
be
has to be
space.
safe forever.
Bunker right here.
What? What? I didn't have everybody muted this time.
Found something.
Ooh. Well, there you go. Anything else, so Red Dog? Red Dog, can you think something positive about a Galactic Empire?
Activating jump pack.
Can you think about something positive? Because we got, I just want.
There's lots of positivity earlier.
Well, I want to hear like some.
We're like drowning in positivity.
We are. We're freaking glowing with brilliant light that could be used as a potential energy source of pop rock. Was it the real pop rock or no? Yes, it was.
Thank you.
I honestly think our civilization will end way before we get to that point, either from conflict, disaster, or evolution. Our only shot is communication, Red Dog says. Actually, Red Dog, that was
true,
one of...
but we're not agreeing with that.
But I am partially because
You can, but that would kind of make the whole discussion non-existent.
I know. But what I liked about it is that is one of the things about why haven't we been contacted by a blah 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 Galactic Empire yet, or blah blah blah, and that's part of the Fermi paradox, or whatever. Is that or whatever? But we talked about that. It's because probably nobody has been able to make it. Yeah. Because maybe everybody always destroys themselves before they can get there. Who knows, right?
Maybe, but the whole topic tonight was that we don't, so that we can actually discuss the topic.
Yeah. Red Dog says, hey, here's a question. What would happen to human society if we ever did make contact?
Z3, don't use the smoke one.
I mean, it's been theorized, like, not so much theorized, but it's kind of been expected that it would fundamentally change our outlook. Like, hey, it's not just us. But I feel like that would divide society. There are people that would be like, holy shit, we're not alone. It would kind of humble us as a society. And there would be people that would be like, well, fuck that, let's go and kill them then.
Yep. Because they might take what we have.
It's our universe. We're humans, goddammit.
Yeah.
It's our God-given right to take over the whole fucking galaxy.
Oh, God. I don't want fun. They would
totally fucking happen because it happens to our Earth.
They took our universe. Wait, can we think of they do that?
Because other countries about resources. What are those aliens doing on that planet? That's our planet. We just haven't been there yet.
There you go. I agree they would fracture our society, says Red Dog. Yeah, of course. We're never going to not be fractured. We'll be fractured in space, though. It'd be great.
Yeah, there'd certainly be like a part of that on either side of the whole, whether we want to be nice to them or whether we want to fucking kill them all. There would definitely be like, hey, we kind of want their technology to be a little better at either getting away from them or killing them.
We took the technology of the Illuminate, so we would definitely take the technology of any.
I think every sci-fi that deals with holy shit, first contact and
let's take their shit.
Visited us. We took their shit.
Yeah. We're like, okay, we'll take that. Yeah.
Well, for the most part, it's because they're more advanced than us, and we need to take their technology in order to compete with them. Otherwise, they just fucking enslave us.
Oh, God.
Or even that's a part of it where we're enslaved, and we're like, you know what? We're kind of tired of being enslaved. Let's steal some of their shit and fight them back.
Bruce has shared a very insightful little thing. Yeah, okay, Bruce has said, we will go interdimensional. God has left his presence for his children to find. Alex Jones, the philosopher. Bruce, you're hilarious. Stinging Man says Space Vikings. I like that, Space Vikings. And then Winter's Wasteland said, who's the guy ranting and not playing the game? Excuse me, sir. Winter's Wasteland, that would be Brad?
That's me. I'm ranting and not playing Helldivers.
He's playing Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, I don't have Helldivers. It's kind of cool as a concept.
Yeah.
It's a cool game. I just don't own it.
Yeah, he doesn't own it yet. When he's new, though, oh my gosh, that'd be great to see. I got him ranting. I made him upset tonight. It's great. Bruce helped, though. So, Bruce, you do get credit. So, thank you for that. I appreciate that. But I had already started it by not really being able... by using ChatGPT, which we have called Brad GPT over here. Yeah, we've done this series. What is this, our 8th episode, guys? 8th or 9th? Wait, this might
Something
be
like that.
10th? 10th episode?
No, it's not 10. No.
I think we're close.
Well, I mean, 8 and 9 are close to 10. Yes, you're right.
I think it is 9, and that one or two is a... Oh, wait, no, we have two that are... what are those? Shorts. So it's technically 10 minus 2, 8. 8. This is episode 8. No, it's episode 8. 2 of those are shorts. So, guys, I have shorts in the playlist.
None of these were short.
No, I mean, I know. I mean, as in I made funny clips from it. You know.
But these are typically like 2 or 3 or 4 hour.
I know, right?
Discussion arguments about space and stuff.
Yeah, it's like Amber Dawn, stop, you know, being so negative. Are you saying that short lives so
use real research?
Yeah, and I'm saying, Brad, like, not until I get paid to like put work into this, am I gonna put that much into it? I'm telling you, I'm in the future, man. The future is ChatGPT. I'm just kidding. Are you saying the shorts lives don't matter? Bruce, we're not going there. That's stupid.
No, they don't. Shorts are terrible.
Shorts are great. Shorts help with the channel. Not as much as live streams do, but my channel likes shorts, but I definitely grow more with my live streams. I want to read this.
I have an attention span, so I don't really like shorts.
Explain physics for interstellar travel. Oh, I even had an equation in here. There's a TSIOLKOVSKY rocket equation, rocket propulsion, and the delta V barrier. I wouldn't have known about that. Do you know about that?
Delta V?
Yeah.
Is an acceleration calculation.
Yeah, it's a calculation.
Means change, and V means velocity. So a change in velocity is acceleration.
Yeah, you're right. Effective exhaust velocity, initial wet mass, structure and payload and propellant, and final dry mass, structure and payload.
That's talking about, like...
That's math.
Chemical rockets.
Yeah, nuclear pulse, Orion, fusion rockets, Daedalus class, antimatter drives. And then relativistic effects
about, like,
and time
6
dilation.
Things in that like, that wasn't even a sentence. You're just saying
Beyond
words about...
reaction. But traversable wormholes, I think that would be the best way. I'm just saying. But unknown quantum gravity effects at... What's Planck scale bubble walls? What's that? What's that? What's a
The
Planck?
Planck scale?
Yeah, what's that?
Max Planck was a physicist.
One moment, please.
And
it's fire resistant armor. I don't remember where I got it. Probably the fire Warbond. I think there's some in the store right now too. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
This is something travels in a Planck time or something like that. So it's kind of like the circular definition of extraordinarily small physics that we can't fully explain yet.
Oh, that's a lot.
But it's potentially, it's like the smallest measurable distance, so it's beyond subatomic.
One more.
So now you're talking about like quantum.
Medium. Oh shit! I forgot each
Like,
time
hey,
I switch.
maybe empty space isn't completely empty, and you keep zooming in. There'll be some kind of like virtual particles coming into existence and coming out of existence constantly. And you can tap into that to get like maybe a potential energy source, which is what 0-point energy comes from.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Dang, Brad immediately started hating on the shorts. Bruce is calling you B-R-A-D. Like, he's spelling your name out instead of saying Brad. Winter's Wasteland says, so plank distance is the smallest theoretical distance.
Yes, thank you.
No, I think you can't measure it yet, Winter's Wasteland. There you go. You just made, not Bruce, but Brad very happy. He loves it when people actually get things. That's why I've been frustrated this whole thing, because I've not understood anything. I'm sorry.
You're willing to understand, though, so that's a start.
I am. I'm willing, with the help of ChatGPT, and he's just shitting all over it. Okay, moving along. God, I had made it. But you're right. What if we colonized? We talked about this already, Red Dog, in previous episodes of space colonization, but you probably weren't here for it, so it's okay. But Red Dog says, what if we colonize the moon, Mars, Titan, plus assorted moons of Saturn and the asteroid belt? Do you think we will be a united civilization?
No.
There you go.
I think we will do that, but I don't think we'll be united. In the same way we kind of have a bunch of stuff going on Earth, but we're not really united.
Launch initiated.
As like there are different countries. We're not even really all in the United Nations, and even within countries, we're not a united like society. So there'll be a whole bunch of countries that might like work in the same direction to accomplish goals, but ultimately united,
United we fall. Oh, Winter's Wasteland says, oh, you guys ranting about space has been funny because so much is theoretical stuff and you take it seriously, but I think it's worth food for thought. Winter's Wasteland, we have gone over, like, more exact science stuff at the older episodes, and we'll probably go back into, like, serious, like factual shit as well.
We'll have to circle back to other topics eventually.
Yeah, we'll circle back to, we'll circle back. Wait, what is that office language you hated? I'll circle back to you. Let me circle back. Corporate Aaron on TikTok. Anyway, yeah, with this episode, because we've done a few episodes and we were going on a certain, what were we doing? We were going in a certain trajectory that Brad has mapped out. We ended up here in, more, fantastical land. But yeah, we are taking it serious.
We did before talk about, what are the first steps in leaving Earth to colonize, as I think it was Red Dog mentioned, the moon, Mars, Titan, the moons of Saturn, the Kuiper Belt. So that's kind of like our local solar system is kind of the first step because it's close by. After that, we're going to leave the solar system, colonize Alpha Centauri, Tau Ceti, Epsilon Eridani, other nearby systems that probably have planets there that, either if they're not hospitable, we could probably build some kind of subterranean base or a dome or some space station or something. And from there, we will continue to expand throughout space. And yeah, it's all hypothetical, but if you just want to be like, nah, it's not going to happen, then there's no discussion to be had at all. So we kind of have to pretend that it will happen, or at least hope it will happen, to have the conversation about it.
Yeah, so I get it.
I like to hope it'll happen.
Yeah, he likes to hope that we'll get the fuck out of here. Winter's Wasteland says, oh, I'm not critical of it, I just like the crazy huge scope. Yeah, and that's what we were trying to do, is scope out...
Yes, crazy huge scope.
A big telescope. Wait, let's talk about telescopes. No, I'm kidding. I'd love to talk about telescopes. Can we talk about space telescopes? Oh, no.
Calm down. Okay, someone get the ribbon out.
I'm sorry. I don't take that. Let's go Titan, says Winter's Wasteland. That being one of the planets that would have been... Wasn't that Titan AE was like a good animated film? It was like...
I remember that. Titan's a moon, though.
It's a moon? Well... It's cool.
It's the largest moon of Saturn, and it has an atmosphere. That's why we're so interested in it.
Well, there you go. We're always... Okay, so see. Have you talked about the fact humans would evolve beyond what we are now on Earth? Winter's Wasteland, yes. And when this is done, you could go back and listen to my terrible silence and struggle to be able to ask questions and talk about it, and his frustration with me using ChatGPT. But we indeed talked about that. We talked about humans evolving. We talked about uploading our minds. We talked about, like, the fact that maybe we'd have to be part not human, all that stuff. We went
My
over.
idea is that there'll be a topic that, like, obviously it's going to touch on other things, but because we're talking about kind of intergalactic society or very far future long-range civilizations, part of that is there might have to be like evolutionary changes
In order
that
to do
allow
it.
humans to do that. I do want to discuss more in depth that topic, but more on like a voluntary nature, where
It's not
technology will
forced.
advance to the point where humans just can change how they are because they feel like it.
Instead of it being a forced dystopian
Yeah,
nightmare.
it's not a well, not even dystopic, but it's not out of necessity
bullshit.
to. It's not out of necessity to be able to colonize space. It's more like, hey, I'm going to go to that crazy planet near a black hole, and I need to take this pill that lets my body deal with the crazy fucking gravity and time dilation.
That would be cool to talk about. I wonder what you'll
That'd be
call
the
that
same
episode.
as that'd be like the same as taking fucking Gravol to deal with airplane travel, because people totally do that.
Space gravel. Sorry, guys. Okay, so have you talked about the fact? Okay, what does JWST mean, Red Dog? I don't know what that means.
The James Webb Space Telescope.
Oh yeah, you got excited about that. Yeah, I told you that when you join the Discord, you can put those space images in that space images pot thing. I love that because yeah, if you want to, even if they're old space images, I'm just saying. If you're in the Discord, guys, there's like a new section now that's for the Let's Discuss Space podcast. Well, it should be called Let's Discuss Space, unless we end up going on some other topic eventually. Red Dog says, technically humans that are evolved are not humans anymore. That would be a different species. Yeah, that was something we discussed earlier as well, in that would we still be human beings if we're gone long enough in these galactic empire, like in the Galactic Empire, in these other worlds, in these other things, would we still be humans generations from now? That's a whole other topic.
Differentiation between like technically humans like Homo sapiens.
What about when we've crossbreeded?
Stellaris and be like, well, we're humans that are adapted to survive in space, but are we still like air quotes humans?
And what if we crossbreeded to the point where we're not human anymore?
Humans are like a societal kind of.
We wouldn't be Homo sapien. Yeah, and he said we wouldn't be Homo sapien anymore.
That's an argument that can be made. I can't say one way or the other. Maybe we will be humans, but we will have adapted to survive in space. Maybe part of human evolution is to survive in space, so by that definition, we will still be human. We'll just be advanced humans, not living on Earth anymore.
There you go.
So
that would be insane.
The answer is both.
Why not
yes
both?
And no. It's a disingenuous answer. I'm sorry. But, hey,
yes
that's the
and
whole
no.
Science fiction.
Yes and no.
Yes, we'll still be humans because we've evolved to deal with our future scenario.
But we won't be Earthlings anymore.
We won't be Earthbound humans.
Requesting sentry.
We'd be other.
Or we'll break into clades where humans that can survive on high gravity planets, humans that survive on low gravity planets, humans that don't live on planets, they live forever in space stations and spaceships, and kind of have dealt with the low gravity and high radiation environments.
There you go. We got a great comment from Stingaman. We'll be Homo Spacians.
Nice.
Nice. Yes. That one made me happy to read. Thank you. I wanna pin that comment. We'll be Homo Spacians. Pin message. Sorry. That was great. Thank you.
You will never destroy.
Ah, jeez. Oh, there I took the box. What am I doing? Ah. No, they didn't. It's right here. What? That comment wins for today. Just for a moment. At least, for the time being, it was great. Oh. I needed that. Where's the freaking box? I can't find the black box. I don't think I've ever seen you dive. What, Matt? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like do that? Hell dive? What? What do you mean? You mean this? Is that what you're talking about?
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Close.
Oh yeah, I've done. I do that from time to time. I don't do it like that much, but
I do it
yeah.
all the time.
I've been known to hell dive from time to time, but no, I'm usually jumping with my health pack. My jump pack. Where the fuck is this box, guys? I'm trying to find the box and I can't find the box. Exactly. What's in the box?
Probably explosives or alien shit.
Oh, they got it. Oh, they did get it. Oh, they fucking got it. That's so dumb. I was like, where the hell? Okay, new question, says Red Dog. Let's say we learn to travel to multiple interstellar civilizations. Do you think we will be their enemies? Will we be the bad guys? Humans always have enemies. We covered this, but yeah, I'd like to hear Brad's answer now.
I mean, just for the sake of simplicity, I was talking about, like, previously that there was no, like, I wasn't really talking about aliens, it was just more like how humanity would evolve and colonize space in the scope of the entire galaxy. But obviously, a lot of science fiction touches on we're going to go out there and we're going to encounter other species.
But what if we encounter nothing except like
I feel like if we encounter nothing, then there'll be a lot of that human arrogance firing up again. It's like, well, that obviously means that the whole universe
we're
is
the
ours
greatest,
to
and then we'll fight each other
only
more.
here for us.
Then we just be worse to each other. Oh yes, please.
I mean, we're already pretty worse to each other. But like to answer the question, we will probably. I feel like it'll be any other kind of intersocial interaction where it's like, okay, if they can pose a threat to us, we'll kind of be nice, and if they don't pose a threat to us, we'll totally be fucking assholes with them.
Yeah, that sounds very human.
So it's like if they're or some kind of like, oh, they're kind of, you know, to make other allegories and examples, like Starship Troopers they're potentially on par with us because they keep fucking kicking our asses in several battles, but we don't understand them and we fucking hate them, so we declare war on them, which is a very human thing to do. I don't understand you. Fucking die, alien scum.
Yeah.
Or there'll be.
Don't you like the way Brad says stuff?
A pacifist species, which is like
we would just totally murder them.
Advances to colonize space, but they're kind of like hippies. They're like, hey, like
we would kill the hippies,
like,
unfortunately.
Die, space hippies.
Yeah, space hippies. No, not the space hippies.
Or they'll be like a superior race, and it's like, whoa, we encounter them, and they can totally.
There will not be a superior race. That's horrible to say. Gotcha. Not Nazis in space.
You've been playing Helldivers too long. I just mean literally a race of aliens that would be like, shut up, humans, you're fucking stupid, and we will wipe you off the face of the
We need to hear that. We do need to hear that. That would be interesting. But we wouldn't listen. We'd be like, yeah, well.
We wouldn't listen until they kind of like blow the fucking moon up with weapons.
That'd be great.
So they show up with a Death Star, and it's like, oh, your Martian colony? Pfft, Mars is gone. Will you shut up now?
That'd be
a bunch of assholes.
That'd be great. Can you imagine be like?
It'll certainly put us in our place.
I would love that. I'd love that. I'm not gonna lie, I'd freaking love that.
Like, maybe we need to be slapped down a peg.
I think we do, and I think it'd be fun if that happened.
I welcome our Death Star overlords. I
do. No, it'd be great. Could you imagine? You just come along and they put us in our place, and we're like, oh shit. It'd be like good parents coming home and like just like putting you in your place, like smacking you down and going, hey, enough of that, you fools. Yeah. And then we're like, oh shit.
Party, your parents come home and you're like, oh shit, I thought you were out of town for the weekend. Oops. And they're like, you're fucking running forever.
And they totally sit us all down. It's like a planetary galaxy or whatever, a galactic empire, and they're like, hey, you guys.
I'm changing the Wi-Fi password and you're never getting it again.
No. Yeah. They do that to us. Oh my god, that'd be great. I mean, terrible. That'd be terrible. But will we be the bad guys? I think we are.
We're already the bad guys, and we haven't even left yet.
Exactly. Exactly.
Spoiler alert, read a history book. We're fucking terrible people.
We are. Humans are terrible. Not all humans, but most humans. I mean, at least in.
The whole interacting with other societies and
that
like
we never
discovering
meet.
things.
Yeah, we're
That's
terrible.
another-
And colonizing.
Calm the fuck down. That's another concept that I want to discuss later. But the website that I was looking at to touch on the subject did mention like there are other things like possession of property, kind of like basic human like instincts or opinions about like ownership of property. Is murder a bad thing? Like
Murder's
sexual
bad.
relationships, these kind of like deep psychological things that are like kind of we have like laws about these sort of things. So it's like aliens might have
we need alien
totally
laws.
different thing, totally different perspectives on that because they're aliens. So by nature they would be very different. And there's also other human cultures that perceive
Have
those
different
things.
things. That's true.
Some cultures are like personal property isn't a fucking thing. You don't own things. Like our community owns that.
Yeah.
And that's just a thing that's like, a lot of like Western cultures are like, no, fuck that. That's mine. I paid for that.
I love Stingerman's comment. He says the space hippies may be protected by powerful interdimensional beings. Wouldn't that be great? The space hippies are like chill because they're protected by higher beings.
That makes them kind of space vassals, though, right? They're not space hippies then. Right?
Space vassals?
Yeah, a vassal state. Where it's like some other state kind of looks after you.
Oh.
You could still be hippies, but it's like you're not kind of defending yourself. Some other state or entity.
We're just talking about higher entities that want to take care of the space hippies and make sure the space hippies are okay. Look, somebody's trying to have my back here, imagining that I'm a space hippie and that nothing's going to happen to me, that I will be protected. I like the idea.
I'm just talking about like the whole environmental stewardship kind of like, it could be like a national park.
Maybe the space hippies live at a national park.
Yeah, well, that's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe the space hippies are protected by a more powerful state. It's like, yeah, you can't build a condo in Yellowstone because the U.S. government's like, don't fucking do that.
I think they're changing it. That would be beautiful, says Stingerman. Look at that. We earlier did, if you missed it, earlier in the podcast, this episode, we did talk about space drugs. So that happened at one point.
Which episode?
Wait, but we already... Wait, again? Because we kind of already talked about it. Really?
Yeah, but this episode was about interstellar civilizations and like on the scale of the galaxy. So everything else.
But we still mentioned space drugs, just so you know.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a sneak peek for a future episode. We could talk about space food and drugs and
space food.
We'd have a whole episode about space food. I'm just saying. While we eat space food. No, too far.
Like, how easy would a souffle be in zero gravity?
I don't know if I'm really interested in that topic. I get told to go to the kitchen as it is in this game. I don't need to be. I don't know anything about cooking.
Assholes.
Yeah. I have a type. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but anyway, so what's more likely, interstellar travel or interdimensional travel, says Red Dog. Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, I guess they're both equally as plausible because we haven't really figured out a good way to do either yet.
But wouldn't it be great?
What?
If we did figure it out.
Dropping a pin.
Why would it be great?
We all have a type, says Red Dog. Right. No, I don't prefer a-holes. I just, you know what?
You can't help yourself.
Yeah.
Say hello to democracy!
We got off topic there.
To the skies.
Please, somebody save the topic. Don't leave me hanging here. I prefer human good, alien bad. It's a very good philosophy, says Big Beautiful Bruce.
That's a very human opinion, though.
Yeah, Bruce is very clever. He's a clever kid. He's like, he's just saying, you know, he's devil's advocate, but he's pretty much saying what. I was like, where's that explosion? That was disappointing. That was a disappointing. Look, even the, they're like, what was that? They're just standing there, like, that was stupid. Look at them.
But the interdimensional thing is kind of like...
What about it?
Never die.
Oh, that's so
which
good.
is more plausible, interstellar interdimensional travel.
Yeah.
Interstellar travel is more likely based on current science, but there's nothing to say that while we're figuring out interstellar travel, we figure out interdimensional travel first.
Well, what's the difference for those of us who are stupid?
I feel
traveling
like,
between dimensions. Or discovering, because even discovering the dimension, because discovering that other dimension also is one of the things we've talked about in previous episodes that could be plausible.
Which other dimensions?
The fourth, the fifth. See, we haven't even seen the fourth dimension. We only see in three dimensions. Or the fifth dimension, or the fifth dimension, or whatever.
Or, you know, whatever.
But if you could,
but
or whatever.
That talks about. I've talked about Flatland before.
What's that?
It's the book written in the 1800s about a two-dimensional universe where everything is a triangle or a circle or a square. Imagine you're looking down on like the surface of a table, and everything is just like a flat piece of paper moving around on like a blueprint or a floor plan of a house, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And that's their whole universe. They interact that way. And a person looking down on this is a three-dimensional object.
Southwest, 50 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Can kind of look down and see the entire... They can see everything that happens in their universe. And if you were to interact with them, you would say, put your hand on the table, or you know, some kind of interaction like that, where, say you put your hand on the surface of the blueprint, which is their entire universe, it would be like an object just appearing in front of us. And we'd be like, where the fuck did that come from? We don't know where that came from. We can't perceive the dimension that it entered through. So there very well may be several other spatial dimensions that we can't perceive or don't know how to explain or rationalize with our primitive brains or math that exist, and some other beings inhabit. And if they visited us, it would literally be like they're spontaneously appearing out of nowhere, which is kind of what a lot of UFOs just like, oh, it just showed up and it disappeared. Ooh, coincidence? I don't know, maybe. So it would be like they just show up, exhibit very bizarre, peculiar properties, like moving way faster than we think they should, or being like just light or some shit, and then they disappear.
But that could make sense.
But Flatland talks about this as a book written in like the early 1900s or late 1800s. As kind of like a thought experiment. It's like, well, how would you explain higher dimensions to people that can't interact with them? We have math that can talk about multiple dimensions. Even, like, you know, bizarre perceptions like, oh yeah, there's like 24 dimensions. It's like, how do you even rationalize that sort of thing? It's like, well, some weird, complicated, niche, bullshit physics math kind of could sort of explain it. Like, well, that doesn't make it really real. But the fact that it's mathematically possible means that, like, it might exist?
We can't see a fifth dimension, says Red Dog, but we can calculate it.
Yeah,
so you
exactly.
basically said what you just said, yeah.
So, like, the math can rationalize this sort of bizarre higher dimensions, and several
How high
theories
have they gone in math?
We're pretty high right now. Oh, sorry.
No, in math.
I think M theory is one of the most like credible is not the right word because we can't prove it, but it's more like one of the more commonly accepted potential theories of higher dimensions that rationalize quantum gravity and general relativity is the M theory, and I think that says there's 11 dimensions.
M theory, 11
Yes.
dimensions. Let me
So there would
ask
be-
the internet about it.
So there would be one time dimension and potentially like 9 or 10 spatial dimensions. And an analogy is, imagine, I think this is one of the Science Click videos. Maybe not the one I linked to you earlier, Aerodon, but there was something like,
Well, you called me by me, thank you.
imagine an ant walking on a straw. And the ant can kind of walk around the straw circularly or walk up and down the length of the straw, but as a human like 10 feet away from it, you're just kind of like, okay, the ant's just moving up and down. It's hard to tell where else it's moving. And neither you or the ant can really notice the inside of the straw, like where the liquid would go if you were drinking from it, for example. So that's kind of an analogy.
I drink
to
your
maybe
milkshake.
there's-
Yes, cool.
Stop. Anyway,
Sorry.
so that's kind of like, maybe there are dimensions that we can't really perceive because they're so small, and they use the term curled up. There might be dimensions curled up within our current spacious dimensions, and we can't really interact or perceive them. But
Can
on
they
a
perceive
extremely
us?
small-
Are they just working around us? Are they
that
aware
would
of
prob-
us?
Okay, one question at a time, audience. That might be like a bacteria trying to notice like a 747 flying over them. It would be so, like, the scale is so gargantuanly different, it wouldn't really know how to perceive it. So I don't know. But again, it's one of those things that's like, maybe the math kind of works out, but our brains can't really wrap around it because it's so fucking complicated. Or this difference in scale is so weird. Can you imagine yourself being like a millimeter across and coming across something that's the size of a skyscraper? Or imagine being an ant and coming across a supercomputer. You wouldn't be able to understand it even if you can see it, and you know, that kind of difference in technology or evolution.
There you go.
You wouldn't understand what you're seeing.
I kind of like that. I don't understand what I'm seeing half the time anyway. Hey, Josh. So Red Dog says, yeah, the math falls apart after certain amounts of dimensions. String theory suggests there are 10 or 26. Some of them would be curled up and hidden from us. He said that a few minutes ago. So, like a minute ago. So you guys are saying the same thing at the same time almost, pretty much. See, there's smarty pants in my chat.
Yeah, that's string theory.
He said, oh, Red Dog has, he says, M theory, a more advanced string theory, suggests 11 dimensions because any calculations beyond 11 fall apart and collapse. I looked up M theory with totally not GPT, and it said it's a framework in physics that aims to unify all consistent versions of superstring theory into a single comprehensive model. Proposed by physicist Edward Witten in 1995, M theory suggests that the 5 previously distinct superstring theories are actually different aspects of a more fundamental 11-dimensional theory. And the key concepts are unification of string theories, extra dimensions, spatial and temporal, branes, what's that? BRANES. And titles are not just one-dimensional strings, but also higher dimensional objects called branes. Short for membranes?
Yep.
Okay.
A Klein bottle. Whoa.
And potential theory of everything. Wasn't there a movie called Theory of Everything that was about Stephen Hawking? Anyway.
Well, that's the theory of everything is about kind of bridging the gap between quantum gravity and general relativity. Because science, there's a big gap with the scientific math that will explain it.
Yeah, it says reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics.
Yes. So yeah, we have math that works on subatomic scales, so smaller than atoms and molecules, and we have Einstein's theory of like, this is how stars and planets bend space-time and gravity and shit like that works. But because the scales are so, like, here's a huge scale and here's a tiny scale, we don't have anything to kind of like stitch them together, and that makes sense.
Oh.
Or if you take one and put it in the other, it's like it doesn't work, or vice versa, it doesn't work. So we need new math and physics to kind of explain both at the same time. Because right now our scientific understanding is here's one and here's the other, and they don't work together.
Like
So the
sometimes
hope
like
is that-
people.
So the hope is that these theories will do that, or a theory will do that in the future.
Yeah, it says it remains a work in progress. While it offers a compelling framework for unifying fundamental forces and particles, a complete and testable formulation is still lacking. Researchers continue to explore its mathematical structure and physical implications, seeking experimental evidence that could support or refute its predictions.
If you want a good book, it's called The Elegant Universe by Brian Greene.
Well, you know, you can just send it to me and I'll read it.
Or you can buy it. It's on my bookshelf.
I can't buy it.
You can buy books. Books are a
if
thing,
you have
people.
money. So if you're that's a good segue. If you're interested in sending me money so I can buy books that Brad suggests, my channel, there's
I don't think they've closed all the libraries yet. Libraries are a thing.
You're talking about no, they won't have a good book with that. I looked at my own.
Or more digital generations.
Red Dog says,
Just download the books.
Red Dog says, I hate this, but I got to crash. This has been tons of fun. Ships won't work. That's his peace out sign. No,
Peace
we
out.
appreciate that. Ships won't work, he says. He says, them ships, they won't work. It's not going to happen. I keep throwing this orbital way too short. It's not going to hit those ships at all. It's just going to destroy that building. Damn it. Possibly murder everyone. No, it did get it. No, thanks for watching any of this, Red Dog. We did go on a bit, but I thought it got better as we went on. We just need to warm up, you know? And if those of you want to know about some of the stuff we talked about, even with my grumpy self, you just go back and after we're done, because, like, it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. So... Did you have any closing thoughts or anything? Anybody have any more? We learned about empty. The defense vest? It's wrong. You're wrong. No,
M30 is pretty cool, but it's kind of like mind-bending science. Like I said, it's I don't know how we can
why not go with
rationalize
mind bending? Well, why shouldn't we have? Maybe
Okay,
that's what
calm
we
down.
need to travel.
Calm the fuck down. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's kind of hard to understand, and it's pretty advanced physics if you're not like a math nerd. Like I am.
Well,
Definitely
then-
check it out if you can tolerate it. I recommend it.
Yeah, M theory. I used to be interested in string theory stuff. I'm open-minded.
String theory is the idea that subatomic particles are like rubber bands that vibrate at certain frequencies, and the difference in frequencies, like the difference in, say, guitar strings, for example, you create different notes.
Yeah.
The
Do you have
vibrations
to tune it
cause
first? Wait, do you have to tune it? What if we just have to tune things and then we'll be able to, like, work with string theory? You're like, that was
Like I said, it
stupid.
might not be everyone's cup of tea.
The same. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Well, what was the topic for next week? For those that are curious, like, did you really have a set idea for next week for those who might come back? Because we got 12 people that might be curious about next week. 12 people are watching right now. Gosh, we can't stop now. We gotta keep going. Just saying. Can't stop in it, or leave them wanting. You're right. Leave them wanting. Yeah, we lost a couple. So do you have an idea about next week?
I mean, if you give me a second to answer, I have a couple. Interstellar politics, or weapons in space, or genetic engineering to survive space and other worlds.
Genetic engineering would go with what we kind of talked tonight, like as far as flow, because we talked about a few. Oh my god, we kind of talked about
survive these future empires and colonization efforts.
And then we could get into the idea of how we would. I mean, what do you think? What do you think would flow with what we talked about tonight? I think that kind of the engineering of our bodies kind of makes sense, but
as we went from space travel to exploration to colonizing space to communicating and then colonizing even more.
Yeah, we've colonized
and
shit.
We've kind of bounced around with, mentioning other topics but not discussing them in great detail. that we will in the future. But yeah, the fact that we've, if this is some sort of hypothetical adventure and we've colonized the galaxy, how are we going to survive on crazy, weird planets? On planets with fucked up radiation, in outer space where there's no gravity? How are we going to figure that out?
That's an interesting question.
There'll be, intentional genetic manipulation to just be different. Like how people get
modifications now. Yeah, tattoos and nipple piercings. Yeah.
Got a sample.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. I kind of like that.
Changing your physiology in the future might be just as
common. Doing it for travel. Just to do it for travel, though. For space travel.
Yep.
But some it might be mandated, like militarization and stuff.
Northwest, far.
Yep.
I mean, if you're a part of a military, maybe you will have
civilization that is kind of like a lot of European countries, or Israel, for example, where it's like military is mandated. Like, hey, for a citizen, you have to be in the military for several years. And maybe part of that in the far future would be you need to subject yourself to genetic manipulation to survive
where you're going to be fighting.
5G drop zones.
Like in this game, you're in cryo. Yeah. Yeah. Singaman says, I'll do some more research for next week. Oh, I appreciate that, because I was struggling out here, I could use the help, that's for sure. If people have questions or theories or their own theories and ideas and contributions to the subject matter, that's what excites Brad, especially if you geek out a little with him.
And don't use ChatGPT.
Embrace the future, Brad.
Imagine a real article about stuff. It's not the future, it's just regurgitated bullshit.
It's really upset words. It's funny. Do these guys know it's a... Yeah, they do. Other than that, what did you think then? What are your final thoughts? Or else I'm going to read ChatGPT's final thoughts that you had. So, I need your final thoughts.
ChatGPT, you can shut the fuck up. The people that actually have brains do some thinking and commenting for a change.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, but for real though. Wait, what was that?
Intergalactic colonization is inevitable unless we destroy ourselves, and I look forward to it, even though I won't see it. Unless in some point in the next 50 years you can upload your mind and maybe put it in a USB flash drive, and someone in the future will bring you out in space with them. I don't know.
Do we even use USB flash drives anymore? I don't really think that's a thing. I think that's even outdated technology.
So what do you use? To transfer data from
cards? I guess.
A card is what?
Like photo cards. Those are used generally.
Photo card?
Yeah, like XD cards. But any data can go on those, or external. I don't know. What are people using these days? But USB drives aren't really the thing.
Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, generally, I don't know. No, hipster. But did he call me a hipster?
I'm pretty sure people still use flash drives, even if it's for benign shit like work. Oh, I have some shit on my work laptop I have to bring home for work. Okay, put it on the USB drive.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought people just airdrop shit now, or use drop drives. And the cloud. They use the clouds. They don't really...
drive in the cloud
people
and all that
aren't carrying... If you're carrying a USB drive on you, you are ancient. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure people... I'm pretty sure...
Oh my god, you still use fossil fuels to power your car? You dinosaur? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No. I'm just saying... I'm pretty sure people are either airdropping or using places like Drop Things or the networks. If they're at a workplace, they're using the internal network and sending it through email or something.
Yeah, I have the OneDrive at work and I fucking hate it.
I know. Well, there you go.
Save a copy to your fucking desktop.
I do.
Plebs.
Yeah. See? Passionate Brad. There you go, guys.
You want an up-to-date file? I can email it to you.
Email? What's that? Email.
It's something that people that go to work and do.
Emails. No, they make you go into what is that? Slack. They want to talk to you in Slack now.
Nope.
Anyway.
What about
Yeah.
teenagers that look on TikTok? Just saying.
Wait, you can learn a lot on TikTok. I'm just saying. Don't diss it. He like
You
breaks
can
the
learn more in the
table.
library.
Nobody goes to the fucking library anymore.
Maybe that's why
I wish
everyone's
they
so
would.
fucking stupid.
Tell me the last time you were at the library, Brad, please. Tell
I
me.
don't know, like a year or two ago,
For what?
to donate books.
See, he donated books. That's great. Don't forget, you guys can donate books to libraries, especially those ones that have some have those
3D printers.
drives. No, they have those book sales. So if you donate your books to the library, they may not put them into their library, but they'll have like book sales that can raise money for the library. So your books that's a good place to
Support your
to
local
give your
library,
books.
kids.
Requesting sentry.
Yeah. And support your local library kids. I said if you have kids that go to the library, encourage them to keep doing it. I'm going right by these guys. I don't want to die. Oh my god, I'm gonna die if I don't get to the... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. So there we go. We ended on a good note there. We got angry about libraries. I don't know how we got here, guys. 1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it, Brad. Where did you make it? How many jumps did you end up with?
Sending in an eagle.
I have 38 jumps.
Pardon?
I have 38 jumps.
38 jumps. The last time he mentioned his jumps, he had 69, so he did pretty good. He made a lot of progress. He's on Elite Dangerous. I am...
I mean, it's 11:30, so this is 4.5 hours. This is probably the
Exactly,
longest
we need to go. Yeah, well, the longest
I have to go now. My
one we've
planet
got.
needs me.
Yeah, see? So, thanks for listening. 11:35 p.m., you're right. That was a long one. Boy, I'm sure glad we made it through that unscathed.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
So, that was his goodbye note. So, are you dipping? You can go 3, 2, 1, and you can dip out. Are we saying goodbye together? Because I'm not done the mission yet. I can't just dip out yet. I can't do it until I'm
But the
done.
mission...
The mission matters.
Rare
I
sample
mean, they're still
acquired.
jumping in space.
Well, there you go.
Are people still commenting in the chat? We can still answer questions.
Grenade.
They're good. They're good. They're waiting to see us say goodbye at this point. They're just waiting.
They're all
They're waiting
spent.
for a special goodbye. They're still here though. They're listening. In fact, one more just came in to listen. They're just listening. They're listening to our...
Hello, newcomer. You're just
Yeah.
in time to see us leave, unfortunately.
Yeah. They might have had the best questions too. You never know. They might have
I mean, there's still
come in with
time.
like... No, it's too late. They're not... People are shy to ask questions when it's over.
Well,
Like-
maybe. They just got here. How do you know that?
Because I don't know. I get used to the rhythm of my audience.
I feel like it's more like presumptuousness than anything else.
Well, no, you just get
We're
used
not
to
going to
it.
ask anything
I'm
when it's
just-
not here.
I'm just really relieved that that tonight was a better like that there wasn't any disruptive people in the stream tonight. So I was really relieved for that. So thank you guys for the good comments and the good additions to the topic, and even the side quest and stuff was fun. So I think it's going to make it really interesting when we touch upon the topics again later, but in more depth. It's going to be exciting. So thank you guys for being here. How about you, Brad? You got anything to say to the audience? Anything they should remember?
Read books. And thanks for joining.
There you go. Read books. That's a good one. Yeah. I'm still trying to get out of here. I got a shuttle approaching. I got a couple guys that want to murder me. Oh, and I'm dead. I died. And I dropped a nuke. Oh my god, everybody's gonna die. Oh god, they're not bringing me. Countdown initiated. I'm not going home. Have a good week, guys. I will. Stingman, you know I'll be back on in a little while playing. But yeah, Brad, have a good week, Brad.
Extraction complete.
They left without me. I went through all that just to be left behind.
Again.
Yeah. Well, they had no choice. I got killed and dropped a nuke.
That sounds
so.
unnecessarily apologist.
Yeah. Well, that's me. Unnecessarily apologist.
Tom Hanks went to Germany to get Matt Damon. Come on.
Oh, look. There's some beautiful scenes in that film. And they fought Nazis, so I'm for that. Just saying that again. Because I feel like some people don't get it yet. Okay, so thanks for watching. Although we did mention Nazis in space if you go back earlier in the episode. You guys can hear that on your own. That's a thing that
Every
happened.
coin has a good side and a bad side.
Yeah, there you go.
Not saying it's acceptable, just saying it might be there.
Yeah, exactly. There might be Nazis in space. Oh, jeez. Is that... Wait.
As you play Helldivers.
Yeah, I know. Helldivers is great.
It's literally Nazis in space.
It's Nazis in space, but I got the most kills, so... I'm gonna hug.
As a space Nazi.
I know. That's the whole point. You're supposed to know that that's what you are. It's the satire.
That's the point of satire, but like not everybody gets it. That's kind of the sad part.
I know that. Oh, jeez. What's the ammo count on the grenade pistols? I don't know. 2? Isn't it only 2? Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna park it for real. That's it. So we're ending it with 284,000 kills, 607 emission hours, 28,000 samples, and 2.1 XP. And I wish I could park at the Meridian Black Hole. Wait, that's the MO? Repel Illuminate forces and gather the oil as directed to support completion and activation of the repulsive gravity field generator on Pillin 5. Complete again an operation against Illuminate on medium or higher 625,000 times. And liberate Turing. So there you go, guys. It's an Illuminate order again, which... Oh, they're in the sector that... They're at Widow's Harbor. They're real close to Mars. Not far, guys. So... They're filling up. This is a great night to be into the Illuminate. I'm just saying. Oh! Yeah, it's a great night to be in the Illuminate. Okay, thanks for watching again. Thanks, Brad, for being here, as always. Brad has been great. Okay, bye, guys. I'm so...